To all of y'all out there in the building, it's Mitchell Renz here, host of the Raiders Report, ready to rock and roll. Now, I know that I usually go live a little bit later on Tuesdays, but because Mike McCoy, Aidan O'Connell, Fernando Mendoza, and Kirk Cousins are all about to speak to the media, I decided to go live today a little bit earlier. You guys are going to get to see the pressers up here on the screen with me. You're not going to have to go over to the official Raiders YouTube channel to watch it. And the reason why I would say people should watch it on here, I was in the comment section yesterday on the Raiders YouTube channel, and it was an absolute cesspool. Don't get me wrong, man. I love people communicating. I love people being nice to each other, but I also like having normal conversation. So if you want to be able to watch Raiders pressers without all the drama and BS in the comment section, I hope that you pull up here to the Raiders Report. I already got my guy Isaac Hernandez here in the building. What's going on, Mark Prosser, Joe Lopez? Though, I do have an entire show for you guys today. I'm going to say I'm probably going to be here 3-4 hours. Hopefully that's okay with all of y'all. So coming up here today on the Raiders Report presented by Prize Picks, we're going to look at some of the big-time minicamp news and notes that happened today. I'll kind of roll through some of the biggest things that are there on the practice field. I'll also just break down, give you guys my instant reaction to Mendoza, to Cousins, to Aidan O'Connell, Mike McCoy's pressers from top to bottom. I also have some must-see rumors on Mendoza, AOC, Nakobe Dean. We'll talk about him here in a little bit. And then I heard what Matt Robinson said about Trayden Stukes potentially being a Kyle Hamilton. So I did a little bit more research. I dived a little bit deeper, and I have an entire show around whether or not I think Trayden Stukes can play a Kyle Hamilton type role. If you want to get your questions or comments in, you got to use hashtag Raiders or Super Chat. It's how this program ends up going down. And then if you want to get in at the very end of the show, we will do a duck race. $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Major shout out to each and every one of y'all out there, but it does look like Mike McCoy is taking the podium right now, and we're going to kick it on over to Mike McCoy at the Raiders presser. Though I don't hear anything. Okay. You're good.
Obviously, and just being a Raider is something special. Obviously been in the division a couple other places, and I know what it means to play against this organization, to be in this division, but it's just an honor and privilege to be a Raider.
How would you describe what your day-to-day is as basically as Clint's right-hand man as he's taken on this for the first time, and you've been a head coach?
Yeah, well, I was very fortunate in San Diego in 2013 to have Ken Wisenhunt on my staff. And so it was great to have a guy that's been in your role. And like Clint and I have talked a number of times, there's so many things that come across your desk. And sometimes you go, I've got to do that, or I've got to answer that question. I mean, yeah, you're the head coach, and you've got to answer all those things. So, I love helping him every day. It's always something different, but I'm here for him and help him lead and get the team prepared week in and week out, regardless of what the situation is.
A lot of young coaches are nervous about having people around them who will push back, who will be that voice. Clint embraces it and loves it. What's that say about his character?
Well, all Clint wants to do is help this organization win, and that's his number one focus. So he put an unbelievable staff together, and he brought guys in that are going to help him. And I think one of the things, I think as a head coach is you want to bring people in that can make maybe a weakness a strength, and certain things, guys in certain roles, whether it's in the offensive staff, the defensive staff, special teams, my role, certain things that can really help him, turn this thing around and get us to a winning tradition, get it back, and that's what it's all about. But he has a passion for this game. He truly loves doing what he does. Comes to work every day. He's a great leader, and I think you could see that by the way our players are out there practicing on a daily basis. They've done a phenomenal job this offseason. I think it starts with Clint's leadership and what the message is and on how he wants us to play, how he wants us to prepare, and what we're doing.
Is there any concern? We didn't see Nakobe Dean out there on the field. Is there any concern about his absence?
Wait, one more time, please.
Nakobe Dean, we didn't see him out there on the field today. Is there any concern amongst the team with his absence?
No, there's no concern. He's a pro. This is the off season. The number one thing is that we're taking it one day at a time. And, you get through this next couple of days of the mini camp, then you get through training camp. The key thing is to have everybody as fresh as possible and ready to go for the opener. That's the number one focus.
Accepting this role, what gave you confidence that you and Coach Kubiak would have a similar vision?
One more time.
Before accepting this role, what gave you confidence that you and Coach Kubiak would have a similar vision?
Well, I was coached by his father back in 1995 with the Broncos, and just understanding and knowing the type of coach Gary was, and having played against Gary a number of years, different places. Then I was fortunate enough to work with Clint in Denver for a year, and I gave him a big responsibility there. I leaned on him for a number of different things when I was the offensive coordinator there, and he has, like I said earlier, he has a passion for the game, and his work ethic is unbelievable. And so we've talked over the years. We haven't been on a staff together since those days, but I was very, my family and I, my wife and I, my kids, we were very excited to be a part of the Raiders organization and work for Clint and be able to help him in any ways, just knowing the success he's had, the type of coach he is, the type of person he is, the family man he is. It's an honor to help him.
Coach Q Myers, Raider Nation Radio 920. Going back to Nakobe, just wanted clarification. Is he in the building working, or is he?
Yeah, he's been here.
Okay.
You obviously speak very highly of Clint, and you saw him and give him responsibility when you were with him before. How early could you tell, this, he's something, and maybe he could reach this level?
Right, when we first started doing things together, and just understanding, the questions he asked, and that was a great thing as a young coach in his role in Denver. He never hesitated to come to my office and ask a question about, a quarterback progression or why are we running it, why do we call it this way, protection rules, things like that. And that's what you want. You want the young coaches to be able to speak up and don't hold back anything. And he asked all the right questions at the right time. There may not be in the middle of a meeting or something, but he'd wait and he'd come to my office and sit down and say, okay, hey, why are you calling this, or what is the progression, or what would you tell the quarterback in this situation, things like that.
What have you seen from this? You obviously been around a lot of quarterbacks in your time, coached a lot of quarterbacks. What have you seen from this quarterback room in particular that maybe excites you?
Well, I love the way they work together. We left the building last night, whatever time that was, and as I walked through the dining area down there, a bunch of them were sitting down. The quarterbacks, some other players were just sitting there having dinner together, hanging out, and we kind of all walked out at the same time. But you just love the way they work together. There's only one quarterback who's going to be playing, and that'll play itself out over training camp and how things go. But they work together and they help each other out. The two younger guys are very fortunate to have the two vets in front of them to see every day, what it means to be a pro, how they work. And everyone's different. Everyone prepares different. Everyone has different throwing styles, things like that. But you just love to see the relationship and the connections that they've built and the unselfishness of each one of them helping each other. Because as a young quarterback, there's a lot to learn. And then we got two vets that have done an outstanding job of helping the young guys. That's what it's all about. We've got the character in this building is out of this world. The vets, and we got a young team. So we got to help a lot of these younger players, but the leaders have really stepped up to help the young guys show them the way.
When there's a regime change, there's just some time with fluidity, guys learning where to be, right places where coaches want them. There seemed to be none of that, just extremely efficient, very fluid. What does that say about what are you guys doing? Because I've been doing this for a few decades, and that's not normal to see it as efficient as it is right now.
We'll give Coach all the credit in the world for establishing a standard that's very high. He's very demanding. He's not going to hold back on anybody. In the meetings, team meetings, he's not afraid to point anybody out at practice. It doesn't matter who you are. He's going to coach you hard. There's a standard, and that's the standard he set. And if you want to be great in this league, there's a way to prepare, a way to practice, a way to work, a way to be connected as a team. The things we've done, it's been outstanding. But everything starts with Clint's leadership and the way he treats the players.
There is a lot of experience and innovation in that offensive room, coaching room. You have a young quarterback in Fernando Mendoza, and when it comes to his development, which is extremely important around here, obviously, how do you guys go about sort of streamlining that so that it's kind of a one voice to him so it doesn't overwhelm him with all the ideas that are in that building?
Well, the great thing about Fernando is, and I'd go back to one of the first times I met him, or the first even go back to the combine when you have the interviews and things like that. You don't have a lot of time at the combine, but is the question that he asks. He wants to know why, and that's the great thing. And I think Andrew and the rest of the offensive staff have done a great job, because the first year's a challenge, not just for rookies, but for everybody. There's so much information, and you're trying to, you're installing a system for the long haul. It's not just this year, but it's for the future, and it changes from year to year. Don't get me wrong there. You're always adjusting to your players and what they do best. But the great thing about it is just the way the coaches have decided, okay, we're going to have these 6 installs. This is how we're going to install it. We're going to repeat it a number of times for the offseason program. They're going to come back to training camp. It's back to day 1 install again. But the most important thing is to explain to these players, this is why we do it this way. This is why the foot works. This is why we have a certain 5-step drop, 7-step drop, quick passing game, all those different things. Here's the protection rules, and really explain to all the players, this is why we're doing things.
A wide variance between experience, Kirk and then Fernando. Where's the starting point for you guys, or just the fine line of, Kirk kind of been here, done that, whereas Fernando's just starting. So getting that message across to both quarterbacks in a way that is not wasting somebody's time, but also being beneficial to the young guy.
Well, this is the first year in the system. And obviously some of the coaches have been with Kirk before, so they know more about him than the other guys. But the most important thing is that we teach the system, number one, and then find out what our players do best, not just the quarterbacks. Obviously, it's built around a quarterback, and you have a system in place. But you got to look at everybody on this roster and say, okay, offensively, what do we do best? And what are the quarterbacks like? And, there's going to be a time once we get through this and get closer to games where you get to the, you start game planning, you start asking the quarterbacks, what are their favorite plays? What do you really like? What do you not like? I'm a firm believer in that red pen is your best friend. If you don't like something, cross out. We got plenty of other calls. As coaches, we got too many plays in a game plan more often than not. So, but it's all about the players and finding out what they do best.
You talked about Fernando asking the right questions. It's one of the first things I learned about him. Just since he's been in the building, what have you seen just about him embracing this opportunity?
Well, you love the type of person he is. His leadership, the way he is with his teammates. You see, like I mentioned earlier, the guys having dinner last night. You see the way he interacts with everybody, the way he is in the huddle, the way he is, in between, his reps of talking to guys. He's a leader, and he's got a very bright future. He understands the challenge at hand of what he has to do to become a pro and learn. And I can't say enough about the coaches in the quarterback room, and then the vets that are here helping him, and then the other teammates that are helping him learn how to be a pro and what it's about playing in the NFL.
A lot of quarterback rooms, but how rare is it to find a veteran and rookie who are genuinely interested in making each other better?
It's great to see. It says a lot about the character of the guys in the room. It's when you see people that want to help each other, and they understand. Kirk's played a long time. He's played a long time. He's been in a lot of different rooms. Aidan has done a phenomenal job from the day we signed Kirk to the day we draft Fernando. He hasn't changed at all, and it just says so much about those type of players. And it's special as coaches when you get those type of people in a building, and they're unselfish and they want to help each other because they understand the business. It is a business, and they understand that, but they're doing everything they can to help the younger players.
You were just in Tennessee where Cam started from day one. I think you were in Denver when you eased Tim Tebow into that role. Can you talk about the advantages and benefits of kind of both situations with the first-round quarterback starting from day one and also kind of learning under a veteran?
Well, then I also had Trevor Lawrence in Jacksonville. That was a second year, but it was a second system. So it's not going to happen overnight, just learning and mastering everything. There's going to be mistakes, but I'm a true believer in the only way to learn is by making some mistakes. And there's the ups and the downs. It's a long season. Tim, we just did a special. We did some work on him the other day for a special the NFL is going to put out here. In 2010, we drafted him at the 25th pick, and Kyle Orton was the starter, and he came in at the end of the year. And then the next year in 2011, John Fox was the head coach. And, middle of the season, we made a change. We were down against San Diego, and Tim comes in and almost leads us to a victory, throws a Hail Mary, which we had a good opportunity to catch. We did not. And then the rest is history with Tim and what he did there. And so it takes time, and everybody's different. Trevor got on a roll there early. His second year, we kind of struggled a little bit early on, just learning the system, and we were trying to find out, and that's on us as coaches also, of what he does best, and don't try to do too much. And then all of a sudden he got hot. Then we had the playoff run with the big win against the Chargers, things like that. Everybody's different. Cam, he had his ups and downs early, and then he was so efficient at the end of the year. And unfortunately, he got hurt the last game of the season in Jacksonville, after he scored the touchdown the first game. But if you watch all three of those guys, you can see the growth over time. And there is the frustrations at times that, they don't make a play, and they've always it's been easy for them, and they hit a little bit of a wall at times. You say, just keep going. You're going to learn. You got a very, very bright future. But it's hard. The game, the tempo, the speed of the game from the preseason to the regular season, you get into the playoff, how the tempo just picks up, and you're always learning. Yeah.
Teaching a young quarterback like Fernando, you mentioned just mistakes. Learning, okay, the windows here are not the windows at Indiana. The speed here is that just more is caught than taught?
Well, I think the great thing, the way Clint, Andrew, and the entire offensive staff are teaching this offense to the offense about the anticipation, the footwork, if it's one hitch, if it's two hitch, where you're going with the ball, and then they're sticklers on it. They are on it every single play. They're always talking about the mechanics of everything. But I think the biggest adjustment, or one of the biggest adjustments besides the speed, is just the anticipation you have to play with at this level. Because what is open in this league, you got to understand that a tight window, that's open, and you got to anticipate, and the ball placement and certain things. You see, Aidan's a great example down there, and Kirk, you look at it also like in the red area. The way you throw the ball on the goal line versus the back end line, low on the front, high on the back. Things like those little things that make a difference at this level, you got to learn.
About the speed and mechanics, with the young quarterback and trying to teach that. It's kind of been noticeable how much Fernando's been under center, throughout practices, trying to learn that. How would you say he's been able to grow in that regard? And what's the biggest thing that you try to teach him in terms of getting better, with something that he's not used to like that?
I think Fernando's done a phenomenal job playing under center. And the great thing is that he's got a ton of work of doing it since we got here. It wasn't like, hey, we're gonna just put him back in the gun and do that. There's a system that's in place, and coach and the rest of the staff we're installing a system for the long haul. And so this is what we're gonna run. This is how we're gonna do it. And there's plenty of times he's in the gun too, but we're with all the quarterbacks. It's okay. We're gonna play under center, and we'll take it one day at a time and just keep teaching the guys the way to do it. But he's done an outstanding job with it.
You talked about playing or coaching rookies before. What is the telltale sign that a rookie's ready to play?
Ooh, that's a great question. I think it's a gut decision at certain times with certain players, and every player and every team is different. What is the situation of the organization? What is your plan going in? Of what we have a plan. We have a detailed plan of how we're going to do this thing, and it all play itself out over time. But I think the most important thing is that you just stick to your plan, and when you make that decision, it's not just the quarterbacks, it's every position on this team. We got a lot of young players here, and there's only one way for those guys to learn, and that's to play. So,
Can you speak on the community here in Las Vegas? The Knights are in Game 4.
Yeah.
Just the championship culture in this town.
Yeah, it's we've become my wife and I and my kids have become huge Knight fans. What a story! What a season! We went to one of the games where towards the end of the year they had to win so many games and have certain things happen to get in, this and that. And I think it's a great lesson for our team. It's about getting hot at the right time. And then you just see McNabb. See what he took the puck to the face a couple games ago, and 48 hours later he's out there. And I was at the game the other night. It's just amazing to see just the way the crowd responded, the way the team responded to him being out there. And it's a great lesson for these young guys of what it really truly means, especially when you get somewhere like the Stanley Cup. But it's just great for the city. It's great for everybody here, great for the fans. But I mean, it's been unbelievable. I can't wait for the game tonight. Unfortunately, I won't be here for the rest of the series. I got to go to a wedding in Greece, so I won't be able to go to. If there, hopefully, it's not a game 6. But if there was, God, it'd be tough to pass that one up. But best of luck to them, and everybody here is cheering for him.
Paul and then Hondo.
Mike, so the Raiders are known for paying tribute to their alumni, their
Yeah.
heroes in the organization, and one of the most celebrated was Willie Brown.
Mm-hmm.
You played for Willie at Long Beach State. What is that full circle moment for you, like being in this building?
Yeah, it's amazing to think that, I grew up in the Bay Area. I grew up in Novato. So there's plenty, you heard about all the Raiders, being over in Oakland forever. I've been to plenty of games. It's just truly an honor and privilege to work for Mark Davis and the organization, knowing so much about it, having grown up in the Bay Area, the Raider history. Coach has shown a number of videos on the legends, by position and certain things about what it means to be a Raider, and all the great players that are here. And I'm very fortunate to have played for one of the best, not only Raiders, but players in the history of the NFL, and Willie Brown. I played for him in 1991. George Allen was our coach in 1990. Willie was on the defensive side, and when Coach took over, it was great because it was, I think he still thought, even at that age in 1991, that he could go out and play. And there was plenty of time. I remember certain DBs, there'd be certain breakdowns, and he'd stop the period, and he'd go out there, and he'd line up, and he thought he was number 24 out there playing in press, and, but just what a great guy. Unbelievable human being, and, you always you loved the draft every year. He talked about Mother's Day, but a special human being. And, he always talked about what it meant to be a Raider. Once a Raider, always a Raider. And there's such great tradition and history here, but it was an honor and privilege just to know him, and it's even better to play for him.
Coach, when you look at Fernando, he hasn't played a lot under center, but sometimes people misunderstand not being asked to do something doesn't mean an inability to do something.
Yeah.
Have you noticed with him, because Kurt Signetti talked about, you throw new things at him and he just does it. Is that football IQ? Is it just discipline? What is it with him? And did you maybe see some of that early, like in '95 with Clint when you saw him?
Well, yeah, he truly wants to be great, and he's going to do everything he possibly can to be the best player he can be. And he's taking it one day at a time, and you just see the way he works every day. Even if as you watch practice, watch when the other quarterbacks are going. He's back there taking drops, certain plays, going through the progressions, going through the reads. He lives here. He wants to do things on his own, to do certain things to master the system. Like I talked about, the footwork, the mechanics, the anticipation. He has a burning desire to be great, and that's what the good ones do. They do everything they possibly can. And so there was an adjustment to play under center, but he looks great doing it. So it has not been a problem at all. There's some little things we've changed with him, but you just love where he's at right now. And we just keep working with him, and give the other guys, the vets, all the credit in the world for helping him become the best Fernando he can possibly be.
Thank you, Coach.
All right, well, great to see you all, and look forward to working with you in the future.
Hell freaking yeah, man. I'll tell you this right now. Mike McCoy's been around a lot of football, and just hearing him talk, I think that he really knew his shit. I felt like that he was very confident what he was saying, but I saw a lot of y'all down below in the comment section. Type me down below if you feel this way. It's just really refreshing to hear that. I feel like that we have coaches that know what they're doing. He's talking about how they're playing players to their strengths, and the objective is to know the players from top to bottom. It's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Also, what's a beautiful thing is today's sponsor, Prize Picks. The next players that are expected to talk, Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza, and Aidan O'Connell. And as soon as they take the podium, I will go right back to them. You can listen to what the three Raiders quarterbacks have to say. But you know what? I watched the Knicks and Spurs last night, and I'm going to be watching the Vegas Golden Knights going up against the Carolina Hurricane tonight. Let me know who you got, and if you want to get $50 in lineups instantly, use code HMA to get those $50 instantly in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup. You can make player picks. You can also do team picks, which is now available. So if you want to take the Knights to win Game 4, you can do that. If you want to be able to take the Knicks or the Spurs to win Game 4, you can do that. And I don't know what I'm going to do yet tonight for the Knights game, but I know for a fact I had a lot of fun watching the finals last night. Unbelievable environment. Game 3 And I did. I took the Spurs to beat the Knicks, so I was able to win a little bit of money. Now, I do see a lineup that my guy Lopez ended up cooking up for today, and this is a variety of sports, it looks like. We got some baseball. Looks like we got some women's basketball action, which I actually did a lineup the other day for women's basketball because Prize Picks told me they would give me a 30%. Is that why? Lopez just gave me a, yep, that's why. So they said that you could get a 30% payout bonus if you did a lineup featuring a women's basketball player, which I'm guessing is the why that he did this here. But hey, man, if you're a sports fan and you know ball, you know puck, put your money where your mouth is. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups instantly after you play your first $5 lineup over at Prize Picks. It's good to be right. So today here on the Raiders Report, I went live a little bit early for the pressers of Mike McCoy, Cousins, Mendoza, Aidan O'Connell are about to speak, and then I'm going to go through. I'm going to tell you all of the Raiders minicamp news that you need to know today. Also, I got a segment around some extra Raiders rumors, and then on top of that, I'm going to compare Kyle Hamilton and Traden Stukes since our coaching staff did. If you don't know, I am doing a fantasy football league. If you want a chance to get in my fantasy league, $5 super chat today is going to be one raffle. If you want to get in the duck race today, $20 Venmo, Mitchell Rents 365. Whoever bangs the most in the month of June, I'm going to put you in my fantasy football league. And if you finish today's show in the top 3 of the XP, I'm going to give each of those 3 people a golden ticket to get in to my fantasy football league. And I saw some people saying it. If anybody throws up an alley-oop or bangs during a presser, we'll do the silent alley-oop. We'll do the silent bangs again. I had a lot of fun doing that shit. What up, Eric Castro? Heard Dean wasn't there today. Yeah, you heard Mike McCoy talk about it, though it really doesn't sound like the Raiders are all that worried about it. Nakobe Dean was at practice yesterday. He was talking, or he was at taking photos, and I know that he hasn't been there. If I had to guess, I do wonder if it is a minor injury that they're just trying to be safe with, because the only thing that is really kind of limited Dean in the NFL has been the injuries. So hopefully that's all that hopefully it's just them just trying to be patient in the middle of June to make sure that he's 100% come July time. Sherlock Raider, what up, nation? Love and respect from my guy Sherlock. If you guys want to get your questions, your comments up here on the show, hashtag Raiders or Super Chat, though, I did see when this show first started, Isaac frickin' Hernandez, man, threw up an alley-oop, and I don't know how this got through, but I agree with you, Hernandez. It's party time here. I'm actually a little bit sad that today's actually my last and only live show of the week, though it should be noted Clint Kubiak, he will be speaking to the media on Thursday. I might try to come in on Thursday. I'm technically off on that day, and I have a flight for a wedding. It's really going to determine what the timing of everything is. I am going to try to pull up and show up. But the reason why I went live a little bit earlier today is the Raiders got some pressers. I wanted to be able to talk about practice and any opportunity I get to be able to talk to Nation. You're right, man. It's always a party time. And when Isaac Hernandez is here in the building, it's always a potential to be a party. So shout out to Isaac throwing it up there. Who's going to be the one that ends up throwing it down while we are waiting to hear from our 3 quarterbacks? Which one are you most excited to hear from? Is it Aidan O'Connell? Type 12. Is it Mendoza? Give me a 1-5. Or is it Kirk Cousins? Type 8 down below. Which quarterback are you the most excited to hear from today? If I had to guess, I would imagine most people are going to type those 1-5s down below. But also at the exact same time, I am really interested to hear from Kirk Cousins. I think Kirk is a very likable guy. I think he's pretty freaking hilarious, if I'm being honest with you. I love hearing what he has to say. But also there's been a lot of conversation, a lot of good conversation around Aidan O'Connell. And I'm kind of curious to hear what AOC has to say, because being in his situation where they draft the quarterback number 1 overall, you sign Kirk Cousins, like I want to hear that Aidan has really done a good job of, let's say, what's a good way to put it? Aidan, I want Aidan's number 1 job to be like, all right, how do I get the best version out of Fernando Mendoza? And maybe that's an unfair thing for me to say, but that's kind of where I'm at right now. I see some people are typing 12s, but I see Jokes is typing a 15 down below. Alex DeLarge going to type a 15. down below. Raider Sam says, I can't wait to see Kirk Cousins. Man, I'm just interested to hear all three of these guys talk, because you've heard Kubiak say it. You heard Mike McCoy say it, that this quarterback group is all helping each other. And it's really, really good. It's really fun. It's really kind of exciting, and I would say refreshing to be able to hear that all the quarterbacks have been working well together. Mendoza has said it. Cousins has said it. I want to hear Aidan O'Connell say it, because when the coaching staff is also saying it, that's very, very important. Will Dean be there today from Oscar? No. Dean was at the facility. He just did not practice. He was at the facility yesterday, and again, all the coaches have been on the same page of doesn't really seem like they're too worried about the Nakobe Dean situation. So just keep that in mind. And again, I will go through and I will talk about some of the things that have happened today. I'm really just going to wait to hear from all three of the quarterbacks, and then I will go through a show just kind of outlining all of the Raiders news that has happened today at minicamp practice. Now, if you told me that none of these guys are going to talk for the next, I don't know, few minutes, well, then I might just go ahead and try to get you guys a quick vid. But Shab, Mitch, how many hours is the Raiders practice? They practice somewhere around 2 hours a day. By rule, you're actually not allowed to have more than 3.5 hours of on-field practice during minicamp. And in total, for the 3 days during minicamp, you're not allowed to go over 24 hours. So on-field stuff, it's 2, but there's a lot of other stuff that happens before and after. It's why typically when they do these pressers, players take, 30-ish minutes after a coach ends up speaking. Sherlock Raider throwing it down from Isaac Hernandez. Bang! Let's go. I mean, this is a elite group, man. We shout out to Raider Nation for always showing up and always showing out, man. You guys are doing a phenomenal job. It's why I decided to go live a little bit earlier today. Like, when you guys bring the energy, I'm always going to try to bring the energy with you. I am seeing some other reports that are coming out, and again, we are waiting to hear from Kirk Cousins. We are waiting to hear from Aidan O'Connell, Fernando Mendoza. We will hear from Clint Kubiak on Thursday. I just don't know if I'm going to be able to be live because I have a wedding that day. I hope that you guys all understand. So far our top 2 MVPs on today's show, Isaac Hernandez, Sherlock Raider. I am looking down below. I do see somebody getting in the duck race here. And if you don't know, $20 Venmo, can you put up the QR code for me? I got Daniel Nicholas. So far, the first person getting in the duck race. If you don't know what a duck race is, it's a 50-50 raffle. You could scan that QR code on your phone. A link's going to pop up. You click on that bad boy. You can add me as a friend. But if you're trying to make some money at the end of the program today, it is a $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. That's how you get in. I'm also seeing that, according to Vincent Bonsignor, Fernando Mendoza, Zeke Massis, Brock Bowers, Ashton Genty, Dylan Laube, Traden Stukes, and Cody Lindenberg all apparently had themselves good practices today. So that's what Vinny B is reporting. I noticed that we didn't really get a lot of tweets during the actual practice period, and you're starting to see it a little bit more. I think some of the beat reporters will put stuff out after the practices instead of doing a lot of things during the practice. But, I mean, after just hearing what we did from Mike McCoy, I'll tell you what, man, I'm very, very, very happy to hear from our assistant head coach. It sounds like he's got a hell of a head on his shoulders. Isaac Hernandez throwing up another one. Tag, you're it. Speaking of tag, you're it, between Isaac and Sherlock, I did say whoever bangs the most in the month of June, you're going to get in my Raiders Report Fantasy Football League. For those of you that do not know, our June Bang leaderboard, since we're waiting here to hear from the 3 other Raiders quarterbacks, our June Bang leaderboard that I have it tracked down right now. Again, I try to do my best to keep track. I let YouTube also help me out from time to time. I try to do my best to keep track of alley-oops, bangs all around. But what I know right now is Brandon B., Isaac Hernandez, before I started the show, were both tied with 8 bangs this month. And then you got 3 members of Mount Raidermore. Raider Ron, David Zahn, and then Bayou Raider. That is where our June bang race stands right now. Whoever finishes number 1 on that list, you will be in my Raiders Report Fantasy Football League. I usually do it on Sleeper. If you don't know, it's going to be a 16-team league, so 15 spots need to be filled in June, July, and August. My June, July, August Bang MVP, we're also going to hold monthly raffles, which is what I'm telling everybody right now. If you want to get in, $5 super chat, give me a question on top of it. That way I'll get you that raffle ticket for a shot to get in our Fantasy Football League. So let's kind of go through while we're waiting, and we'll probably end up doing this from time to time. Why don't we go through the Raiders practice minicamp news that did happen today? We might just have to hit it again during a cut. So while we were waiting, some of the big important news that happened today, first off, the thing that I saw was the Raiders earned their shield. And, you know, one of the things during OTAs that was kind of, I loved, like, truthfully, I love that Clint Kubiak was, like, making guys earn the shield, because for, you know, the longest time as a fan, I have felt like we've brought in certain coaches, we've brought in certain players, and, you know, you brought people in that didn't appreciate what it meant to be a Raider. And I fully get that the Raiders haven't done a lot of winning in a long time, 2 winning seasons since 2003. But being a Raider should mean something, and I want it to mean something. So seeing the guys out there today with that Raider shield on, I love the fact that Kubiak's doing it, but I think it's also because you kind of heard Mike McCoy talk about it. They're very proud of their participation. They're very proud of the players that are showing up. And again, I get the fact that no Nakobe Dean was there today out there on the practice field, but just hearing how the coaching staff talked about it, I think that they were pretty happy. In terms of no Nakobe Dean, Clint Kubiak doesn't seem worried. Spytek doesn't seem worried. Your assistant head coach, Mike McCoy, doesn't seem worried. He was at Raiders Media Day yesterday. He was taking some photos. He looked happy. You know, I would say everything looked really good. But then also the fact that he's not out there during this stretch period, it makes me wonder if he's dealing with a potential injury. And the only reason why that I say that is because Dean last season and really throughout his entire career has kind of dealt with some of these soft tissue injuries. He played in only 10 games last season, but I am wondering, is that the reason that he's not out there? And I want to see him and Quay Walker. I want to see those 2 guys get to work. And I know that there's a lot of anticipation and excitement around mandatory minicamp, but he was at least in the building. If you miss day 1, you end up getting fined $17,000. Doesn't seem like the Raiders are going to be fining any other players. Jermon McCoy also did not practice today. I would say that that's probably counting OTAs. Again, I'm going to say 4 or 5 straight days where Jermon McCoy has not participated during practice at all. It was first reported by Sam Warren. And again, shout out to Sam Warren. Shout out to all the Raiders beat reporters that are there in the building. Ryan McFadden and Sam Warren right now are 2 top guys that I would say out there that are really doing a good job keeping Raider Nation up to date during a lot of these practices. So to Sam and to McFadden, I personally really appreciate it, man. It does really help us out. In terms of Jeremy Chin, he did practice today. This isn't that big of a deal. I expected him to practice, but you guys, I don't know if y'all remember last Wednesday during OTAs when certain guys were getting ready to speak to the media, Jeremy Chin spoke to the media that day. That would have been June 3rd, but he did not practice on that day. So just because the last time we heard from Jeremy, he did not practice, I thought that it was notable that he was out there today, and the coaching staff is very excited. They're very fired up about him. We are going to be hearing from 3 quarterbacks talking today, which is why I decided to go live just a little bit earlier today on the Raiders Report. If you do not know, Kirk Cousins, Aidan O'Connell, and Fernando Mendoza are all going to be speaking to the media, so that's definitely something to at least keep in mind. And once those guys talk, I'll give you guys my instant reaction like I always do. Some other notes that I think are important to at least know. This one I also saw from Ryan McFadden, and it was just kind of like, wow, as my voice breaks, it's just kind of like a little bit of a breakdown of some of the other important notes that happened today, and this is a full-on breakdown. Media viewing period of Raiders minicamp just wrapped up. Quarterback rotation remained the same with Cousins, O'Connell, and Mendoza. So if I had to guess, that's McFadden essentially saying it's Kirk is your number one, which that has been the case. Aidan is getting some of those quarterback 2 reps. Fernando Mendoza is getting some of those 3 reps. And Mike McCoy said that he loved that the 2 young guys get to learn from the 2 vets. I think the 2 young guys he's talking about are Mendoza and UDFA Jacob Clark, and the 2 vets are AOC and Cousins. JPJ wasn't on the field during the team period, so Caleb Rogers, who they drafted in the 3rd round last year, he was on the field working with the ones. That's very, very interesting to me. I did a video that went out yesterday about some of the top position battles to be able to look at, and offensive guard was the number 1 position battle that I had my eyes on, but that was really more to do with the Spencer Burford at left guard. I know that they love Burford a lot at left guard. I actually think it's going to be really, really interesting to keep our eyes on JPJ, because I think if you ask most fans, we expect Jackson Powers-Johnson to start. But also we got to remind ourselves that this staff is not the staff that drafted JPJ. The head coach and the GM did not draft Jackson Powers-Johnson, and he's been a trade rumor candidate. This is definitely going to be something that I am going to monitor. He's also had a lot of injury concerns, but for the most part, when they've wanted to trot out their number 1 offensive line, JPJ has been in there. Rookie cornerback Zeke Massis and Darian Porter today rotated with the ones. Darian Porter was a 3rd rounder in last year's draft, and then Zeke Massis, who the team ended up selecting in the 5th round at 175 overall, cornerback from Cal. I think Massis does a better job in zone coverage, where Porter's probably built a little bit better to handle the man responsibilities, but they did a lot of rotation with the ones today. Stokes is going to be your number 1 guy. Stokes is the number 1 guy. Stooks and Taron Johnson are rotating at the nickel, but then wide receiver Shedrick Jackson had a solid day at practice today. That's from Ryan McFadden. Also, I want to throw in some more notes here real quick again from Vincent Bonsignor. Vinny B also reported, you're good, you can save those for the other segments. Vinny B also reported that Fernando Mendoza, Zeke Massis, Dylan Laube, Traden Stooks, Cody Lindenberg, Ashton Genty, and Brock Bowers all stood out today at Raiders practice. So I think that one is pretty good, man. I think that one's pretty good, man. My computer just glitched on me a little bit. I'm just going to the Mac guy. Mac, if you can have your opinion, I think look at it just as those are guys that show up and show out for me every single day. Look at Mount Raider Moore. I guess I'll call Mount Raider Moore. They're like my groomsmen. You know what I'm saying? Everybody here is invited to the wedding type of thing, and I think a lot of people know what I'm talking about. We've been able to build a really, really cool community here. If you think being able to form great friendships and people having my back is corny, with all due respect, I'd rather you just not watch the Raiders Report. So if you're going to act and talk like a 5-year-old, I'm going to put you in timeout for 5 minutes. You can look in the corner. You can think about what you're doing. But to me, if people showing up, showing out every single day for Raider Nation is corny, then I don't think you even know what being a Raider fan is all about, dude. Those guys have done so much for this channel. They've done so much for Raider Nation. They've done so much for me. And I think at the end of the day, you got to find people that have your back, and whether you're a Raiders fan, whether you're a human being, I want people that I know I can have in my corner, and I encourage you to find some of your own Mount Raider More members, because some of those guys are my best friends, man, and I'm not gonna stand for that. What up, Marcos? What up, Robert? What up, Sherlock? Justin Buckman. I see y'all rocking with me today here on the Raiders Report, man. We got 450 people in the building. If you appreciate Mount Raider More, hit that like button. But seriously, if you guys find yourself looking for Raiders pressers during the offseason, if I am available at work and if the Raiders are going live for a presser, I will be here. So make sure you hit that subscribe button, turn on those notifications. But then, and I said this, I was on the Raiders YouTube channel the other day, and I get how difficult it is managing a comment section, right? As literally we're trying to deal with it right now. But I couldn't believe how negative and how much everybody was fighting and arguing, and it was like a cesspool. And I'll tell you this right now, I don't want to watch and comment on Raiders live shows anymore because either somebody's saying something about me, somebody says something about my wife, somebody says something about my family, and whoever controls the Raiders YouTube channel, I actually do encourage you to like try to get your comment section under control a little bit. So if anybody, when you watch a presser, wants to be part of a positive comment section, and like that's not saying that you have to agree with everything that's being said, like that's coming from me. I think it's just about having a proper conversation, a normal conversation, and if those are the pressers that you want to be a part of in the offseason, I hope that you watch it here on the Raiders Report. Some other NFL news that happened today that I'm just so frustrated of hearing about, man. I'm sick and fucking tired of NFL players doing bullshit like this. I really am, man. I've covered this league for a long time. It feels like it's every month. It's every story. I think the NFL needs to do a better job locking this shit in, right? Because if you allow it to happen, it's just going to keep on happening and happening and happening again. Like, I think the NFL does need to do a very, does there need to be a zero tolerance policy in the league for domestic violence? Like, remember all the hoops that people would have to jump through for weed, like with Josh Gordon? Why is weed a bigger deal in the NFL than domestic violence? Like, I'm so sick and tired of it, but I also want to be able to bring this up because this is his second offense, and I do think that he's going to face a massive, massive suspension. Rams left tackle Alaric Jackson was arrested on felony domestic violence charge Monday night, but it's not looking good for him. The Rams are obviously in a win-now mode. They just gave him 2 years, or he's got 2 years, $40 million remaining on his contract, got $20 million in guarantees. If the Los Angeles Rams are looking for a left tackle, I can promise you this right now. They would be foolish to not call the Raiders about Colton Miller. Now, I would not trade Colton Miller because I think keeping Miller on the team is extremely important for the growth of this season with Kirk Cousins, but more importantly, the growth of Fernando Mendoza. Like, to give up your left tackle is not going to, I would say it's not going to be smart. But the reason why, if I'm the Rams, I call the Raiders is because you do have Charles Grant. You do have Trey Zune. And those are two young offensive linemen that the Raiders have a lot of belief in that can also play multiple different positions out there. Again, I would not trade Colton Miller because the Rams also don't have a first-round pick in the 2027 NFL Draft after the trade for Myles Garrett. But I'm telling y'all right now, there's going to be some rumors out there about the Rams looking for some left tackles. There's going to be some trade rumors, and I'm just going to tell you right now, be ready for Colton Miller's name to be brought up. Be ready for it, because it's going to get brought up. I can guarantee you. Raider Muerte, sending in the good vibes, man. What's going on, brother? Raider Muerte here in the building. Sherlock Raider, let's be friends. Let's be family. That's what Raider Nation's all about. Also, I do see Sherlock is getting in the duck race. Reminder, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz. 365 if you're trying to win a little bit of money today. That's how you get in. You can scan that QR code, and I promise you, you're going to have a lot of fun if you get in the duck race. Like I said, I usually go live a little bit later on Tuesdays. I went live earlier today in preparation to get ready for the Raiders live pressers with Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza, and Aidan O'Connell. I also have to pee. I'm worried, like, if I go pee is right when the presser is going to start. If I go pee real quick and the presser starts, just put it full screen. Sorry, I tried to go to the bathroom before I started the live show, but unfortunately yeah, I couldn't get into the restroom, so that's why.
Shout out to the cleaning ladies in our building, but goddamn, poor timing on their part.
Yeah, I feel like she's always in there right before I get ready to go live. Sherlock, shout out to you, brother. What's going on, man? I gotta pay from Forrest Gump from Sherlock. Do y'all like the movie Forrest Gump?
I don't know if I've ever sat down to watch the whole thing, like, in its totality. Like, I've seen bits and pieces every so often when it's on TV.
I feel like Forrest Gump is often talked about as, like, one of the greatest movies of all time. And not to say that it's not a good movie, but I don't know, man. I feel like it's definitely a movie for the older generation. And that's even come from me. What up, Tyler? I see you, man. What up, my man? I see my dude Hong getting in this duck race as well. What's going on, Hong? We are still waiting, like I said, to hear from the 3 quarterbacks. Typically, when the Raiders have done this, it's like coach talks, and then 30 minutes later is when the players start to kind of roll in here, which, again, is typically what it's been throughout this offseason. I would say Mike McCoy, he started talking about, I'd say 50 minutes ago is when he started. He wrapped up. So in my mind, I would anticipate Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza, and Aidan O'Connell to be speaking here very, very closely. They should be coming up. If you bleed silver and black, and if you appreciate what we're doing today, if you haven't already, hit that like button. Please make sure you do so. We got 166 people here in the building. And while we are waiting, there was a really big game that happened last night between the Knicks and the Spurs. The Spurs have now got the series to 2-1. Okay? 2-1 now for the NBA Finals. My question to you is, who do y'all think is going to win it all? Who's going to win the Finals? The Knicks are up 2-1. I've been hearing a lot of officiating complaints from the guys out there in the office. I do think that the Spurs kind of got a little bit lucky and maybe got away with 1 or 2 calls yesterday. But also in the same time, I think that this series is still absolutely wide open. I think you're foolish if you think the Knicks got it, and I think you're foolish if you think the Spurs got it.
Yeah.
I think no matter what, this is going 6-7. I do. I think it's going to go 6 to 7 games, which makes me extremely happy as a sports fan. What do you got, Lopez? Who do you guys think? Let me know down below. Give me an NYK for the Knicks, SAS for the San Antonio Spurs while we wait to hear from our Raiders quarterbacks at the presser. And as soon as they take the podium, we will send it right on over to them.
Yeah. I think the way that the Spurs played last night, that aggressive mentality, I think that was the game plan. Their plan was to get under the Knicks' skin and see if they would respond.
Yep.
They didn't really freak out, so that was a positive. But I think that the referees will definitely be watching a little bit more come Game 4, come Game 5, because the Spurs did get away with a couple. I will say that Wemby, when he
shoved Brunson.
Shoved Brunson in the back of the head.
I didn't see that until this morning, and when I saw it this morning, I actually thought it was fake because I saw Marshall tweet about it, and I was like, "Is this fake?" And I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
It was a bad miss.
They got away with a couple. I think the only one that I was like, the Knicks might have overreacted a little bit there was the Luke Cornett one. I think he was just trying to get the ball out of the net.
Yeah.
But other than that, the Spurs were playing with intensity.
The Luke Cornett one I thought was very much so over.
I think Josh Hart overreacted a little bit to that one.
Completely.
Yeah,
I completely agree with you. I did not see anything wrong with that, though. I mean, it's been a really competitive series. It's been a hell of a series. I think all 3 games have been really entertaining. But that environment last night, I think that has to be one of the best environments in sports. It's a shame that the ticket prices were as expensive as what they were.
Yeah.
And I think ticket prices in America are just, you're not allowing the normal fan to be able to go to games. And I get it if you're making all this money, this and that. But then, I think another very unpopular opinion maybe, I don't think that people should have to pay for, I don't think that people should have to pay, the extra taxes on the stadium. But
no, I still don't understand, where all those fees come from when, I'm using a ticketing app.
Yep.
I don't understand any of it. They'll, try and break it down for me. I'm like, okay, how did we get there?
Yeah, I just, again, I heard a lot of people that went there, but, and I'm not trying to compare it to the Raiders, but, you look at some of these ticket prices to be able to go to a Raiders game anymore, and it's the same thing. It's just, it's so expensive. I wish more fans would be able to go, but that game last night, it was, I think it's one of those games where when my wife wants to watch, and she's a big fan of How to Lose a Guy in 10 Days, and, we watch that movie often, and in that movie, they go to a Knicks game, and I believe it's a playoff game, but 27 years ago, and, she sends him to, go get basically, popcorn and a soda.
Oh, I've seen that clip on
and
TikTok.
the biggest moment of the game. So I think about how much those ticket prices were last night, and for all the fans that got to experience that. I mean, that's a once-in-a-lifetime situation, but it's also a mortgage.
I will say, in a more positive light, Charles Barkley, MVP of last night. Best quote.
Why is that?
We can go over his Cardi B quote after the press conference because it's starting right now.
All right, here we go. We're going to go to Aidan O'Connell. He's first up.
And super fun. Definitely feel like I'm in a position to help. For now, I've seen a lot of things, in the first few years I've been here, and so just doing my best to answer whatever questions he's got. He's obviously trying to do his best. He's got a lot of questions, so we're trying to help out any way we can.
How would you describe the dynamic amongst all the quarterbacks in the room?
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously, you have some, Kirk's played a lot of football, and I've played a little bit, and then the rest of us are a little bit younger, but just trying to feed off each other and learn from each other, have good discussions, I think, with coaches, but obviously between the players has been super fun.
What's it been like learning Clint's system?
Yeah, it's been great. Similar to the system I was in my second year, but it's a lot of stuff I've run before, just some new terminology, obviously, and I've enjoyed it.
How do you balance, being a mentor, quote unquote, to a rookie quarterback, but also you want to play, you want to start. How do you kind of balance those two sort of dynamics?
Yeah, I think I definitely think the best player should play, and I think withholding information from Fernando, whoever it is not beneficial to me or to anyone else. It's only going to make us better as a room if we're all understanding it in the same way and speaking the same language, and so. A rising tide rises all boats. I'm trying to, help the guys out that I can, and obviously still trying to compete. I want to play in this league and hopefully have a shot to. But there's different, facets to what you do in the room.
Even before you guys all kind of got together, you obviously saw Slay signing Kirk, drafting Fernando. Mentally going into that, how was that for you? And I mean, I'm sure it's evolved since then.
Yeah, I've been competing basically every year since I was in high school, and so. It's really nothing new to me. Obviously, it's new people, it's a new playbook. But besides that, it's still competing, trying to put your best foot forward every day. And quite literally, the only thing I can do is do my best. And so, just trying to focus on that, be a great teammate, and let it play out how it will.
What did I say that to you about Clint Kubiak as a coach?
Clint's been awesome. Really all ball. I think that's been the consistent message from him is we're focused on football. He wants to win. Do whatever it takes to, improve day to day. Obviously, a very smart individual that, is installing a completely new playbook for most of us, and so it takes a lot of great communication from him and his assistant coaches, and so, they've been doing a great job.
Did you watch that playoff run that he had with Seattle?
I did, yeah.
What stuck out about the way that offense clicked at that level in games of those stakes?
Yeah, obviously a complete team as well in Seattle last year, a really good football team, but I thought Sam Darnold did a great job playing all year of, taking the plays where they were, staying within the offense, and then obviously going for some big plays when they were there. But, they have a lot of good players over there as well. And so I think, Clint did a really good job of putting those players in positions to, get the ball in space and make plays.
Without giving too many specifics, what are some things that you like about Clint Kubiak and his system that you think are friendly to your skill set?
Yeah, I think obviously being able to throw the ball from the pocket, to play on time, and really to operate fast at the line of scrimmage and, get the offense moving and, take a profit where you can and just keep the chains moving. Have been all things that I'm trying to focus on throughout this offseason.
Aidan, you haven't even played your fourth season, and I think this is your fifth, sixth, maybe if you look at interims, whatever, offensive coordinator. So you've had everything thrown at you, but still have a great attitude. Will you talk about that balancing and controlling what you can control and just dealing with what you can?
Yeah, I joke I had one play caller and one head coach my entire 6 years at Purdue, and so I think, by the law of averages, I think something like this was coming my way. Obviously didn't expect it to be like this, but there's really, I've learned no wasted years in the NFL. Even when you're losing, even when things are hard, you can still learn a lot. And I've learned a lot even last year. I only played in our last game, for 3 quarters, but learned a bunch just sitting kind of on the sideline and watching. And again, being able to interact with a lot of coordinators, I think has been good for me to really learn what I like, to learn what, I think is, the best way to play quarterback, the best way to play football. And so it really is, you can, complain about it. I really realize, people really don't care about that very much. People talk about it a little bit, having a lot of coordinators or coaches, but, if I go out there and throw interceptions, no one's really feeling bad for me. You got to produce in the NFL. And so, besides my wife and my parents, no one's really going to feel bad for me. So try to go out there and compete no matter who's calling plays or who's out there.
No wasted years. Sam Darnold is kind of an example of that, where he went to San Francisco, learned with Clint, made the most of it, and then took an opportunity and kind of ran with it. Are examples like that kind of beneficial for you to understand whatever's going on, just make the most of where I am right now, and who knows what might be down the road?
Yeah, I think that's really the whole thing is, if you look around the league, there's a lot of guys like that have been in one situation and for whatever reason find themselves in a new spot or with a new coach, and things didn't go well someplace and worked out another place. So that's really my goal, is to find my way in the league and hopefully be a long-time starter. That's what I'm working for. It's what I'm trying to do. Who knows what will happen? Who knows where it'll be? But that's the goal.
Feel like you've been playing for like 10 years at this point?
Yes and no. I think in my mind, like, my rookie year went super slow, just as most rookie years do, and then the last 2 years have kind of flown by. And so, yeah, time's pretty weird. Days are definitely going slow and weeks going fast, kind of thing.
We've seen the passion that Kirk plays with in practice, getting hyped up even when there's no pads on and not a whole ton of competition going on. Is he always that energetic, and kind of what does that energy do for a quarterback room and a team as a whole?
He is, yeah, he's energetic a lot, especially at practice and certain situations at practice too. Call-up periods where we're trying to move the ball, he gets pretty fired up. And yeah, I think it fuels our whole offense. It makes us execute better. I think it raises the level of play of everybody. And so, yeah, that's been super fun to watch. I didn't know Kirk was that goofy before I met him, but it's been fun to see.
You and Kurt built a good relationship on and off the field. How much did that help that you have so much in common off of it?
Yeah, a lot. Yeah, Kirk's a great guy. Been great to learn from him. Obviously, having football conversations, but also life conversations about what it's like to play quarterback in the NFL. There's a lot that goes into it, not just Sundays. There's a lot of other things, and so that's been fun. He's been a guy I've obviously watched from a young age, his whole career, and really cool to be in the same room now.
One more, guys. How different or similar is Fernando to what you might have seen on TV or known about him before he got here?
I would say he's exactly the same. Kind of what you see is what you get, which is awesome. You kind of know what to expect from Fernando, and yeah, he's been a lot of fun to be with.
With the new coaching staff, what has been some of the biggest differences that you noticed in the building with the coaching staff from last year to this year when it comes to like what the one message you guys want to portray?
Yeah, I think Clint's done a good job of keeping things super efficient and all about football. Like I said before, I think we only have a certain amount of time in the off season to be in the building and to meet with coaches and to be on the practice field, and so to maximize that time is super important, and I think we've done a great job.
That's a heavy Big Ten room, quarterback room. Is that camaraderie, or is there a rivalry, or a little bit of both?
A little bit of both. Yeah, a little bit of both. I mean, we're kind of different eras, each of us. But I think, it depends. We'll see when the fall comes around what happens if people are wearing, other teams' jerseys and stuff like that. Thanks, guys.
Shout out to Aidan O'Connell for speaking to the Raiders media after the first day of Raiders mandatory practice. If you guys don't know, today's show is presented by our good friends over at Prize Picks. Make sure that you use code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup over at America's #1 sports pick app. So what we're waiting to hear from next is either going to be Kirk Cousins or Fernando Mendoza. And for those of you sports fans out there, I know the Knicks and Spurs series has just done 3 games, and it's 2-1 for the Knicks. Also tonight, you got the Las Vegas Golden Knights going to be going up against the Carolina Hurricanes. The Knights are up 2-1. If you plan on watching the hockey or basketball finals, I encourage you to get a lineup in. And if you want to pick 2 to 6 player stats, that's all it takes. You pick more, you pick less. It's really that simple. If you're like, well, you know what, Mitch, I'm a Raider guy, and I want to do Raiders lineups. You can. You can do Raiders season long. You can actually already do a Raiders week 1 lineup against the Miami Dolphins if you are encouraged doing so. But if anybody wants to see a lineup that my guy Lopez is rolling with today, this is a 10 to pay. That looks like, what, $170, 5-pick power play. PrizePicks has a deal right now where if you put a women's basketball player in your lineup, you can actually get a 30% payout boost, which is something that I tried to do yesterday, though my lineup unfortunately did not happen. I had a few different lineups in for Game 3 of the finals. And it's going to happen sometimes. It's not, no matter what, though. Every time I get a lineup in, I enjoy the game so much more. So pick more, pick less. It's really that simple. $50 instantly in lineups after you use code HMA over at Prize Picks, where it feels good to be right. So we are waiting now to hear from either Fernando Mendoza or Kirk Cousins. And I will say this in terms of Aidan O'Connell. He is a really good professional. I do think it makes a lot of sense to be able to have him in this quarterback room. And I've said it before, like, I wouldn't entertain the idea of extending AOC, though there were parts of that conversation that I know Aidan, he kind of said a rising tide lifts all boats mentality in that quarterback room. But then, like, there were also other things that he said that kind of made it seem like to me like he knows what the writing on the wall is, that Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza, I do think, is where the new eyeballs are at for this coaching staff. But I like that he said that, that he felt like the best quarterback should play. And I think when Aidan O'Connell thinks that statement, I want Aidan O'Connell to think that statement, because to me, the only way that Aidan is going to play this year is if he is better than Kirk Cousins and if he is better than Fernando Mendoza. And I fully get the fact that the Silver and Black drafted Mendoza at number 1 overall and they brought in Kirk Cousins. But if Aidan O'Connell is truly the best quarterback out of the group, then yeah, you're probably right. You're going to have to go out there and you got to start him. It's fair to number 12. It's fair to the entire team. Do I think that that's going to happen? No. I don't personally see Aidan being the best quarterback out of the group, but I love the mentality that he's bringing. But I do also think that he knows the writing's on the wall. It looks like now, I believe that that's Kirk Cousins taking the podium right now to speak for the Raiders, which means the rookie is up next in Fernando Mendoza.
Lost time. That's what the last couple months have been about. It's been very productive. I've been impressed with the group in terms of just their desire to do it right. Football matters to them. I really enjoy getting to know everybody and putting the work in together. So got to finish strong here this week before we get our summer break, and then we just keep building on it over the summer and into training camp. So so much ahead of us, but it's been good to kind of get a foundation under our feet here the last couple months. So take any questions you have.
You've been doing this over the years. This time is interesting, right? You're like rushing everything to try to get through to learn everything and get everything installed, and then you kind of do take a break here. How do you kind of bridge that gap of being prepared and then all of a sudden taking a break and hitting the ground running when you come back for training camp?
It is a different timing when you look at other sports leagues. Basketball starts at their camp in the fall and they go right into the season. And there's been talk about that around the league as to should this schedule be amended. I don't know, but it works for how it's been done. But yes, it's certainly there's a level of responsibility on the player, over the 5.5, 6 week summer break to be a pro, to understand what that should look like for them. And every guy's different as to what they need to do. But you have your rhythm and your routine, and you want to make sure that, because we'll hit the ground running come training camp. And so the next 6 weeks, you're kind of on your own to be responsible and be ready to go come training camp.
Not to bring up a bad time, but for some of us, the last time we kind of saw you playing was against the Raiders.
Yeah.
Falcons, right?
Yeah.
And seeing you move now compared to the way you were moving it, it looks a lot better.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. And you also were very perceptive. I did not move well that night.
There's a reason why.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering, do you feel like do you feel the difference with the space between the injury that you suffered in Minnesota?
Yeah, I definitely think every day, week, month, there's been progress since I first, tore my Achilles, and it's been a progression, and I just keep learning more, keep getting better, and so in that sense, I do feel healthier, now than I did then, and I'm optimistic that that'll, help me on the field, but we'll see where it goes, but that's kind of the goal, is to just keep building, keep getting healthier, and hopefully helps me on the field.
Kirk, I was talking to Greg Jones this morning about an interview in 2007 where you weren't even playing, you were a true freshman. And the guys were talking about you, best leader on the team, best quarterback on the team, and how you were leading as a true freshman. And we're seeing that here. What is it about this team that has embraced you? The guys talk about that. It's the same things we heard 19 years ago.
I don't know. I guess, I remember when I signed with the Falcons, I reached out to Peyton Manning, and I just said, hey, you signed with a new team at a similar stage in your career, going from Indy to Denver. How did you handle that? And Peyton had a great, because you want to go in there like guns blazing with all these thoughts, and Peyton had a great point. He said, Kirk, like, I think there's a part of you that needs to just kind of, just ask questions, be a good listener, show up, kind of observe. Don't go in there, telling everybody how things need to be done. And so I took that approach in Atlanta, and I think it's smart. And then at some point you do have to kind of take over. And Peyton was saying, come training camp, and near the end of training camp, I felt like, the time had come for me to start to really assert myself. And so I kind of been feeling that out through OTAs, just trying to have good awareness of, let me ask questions, let me learn, let me pick up this system. But then also I got to be myself and bring personality to practice and compete. And I think sometimes you can't help yourself at practice. You just start playing football, and we're in competitive periods where you're moving the ball, and I just start having fun and running my mouth in a good way. But at the same time, I think it's important that I do listen and ask questions and observe too.
About that personality and energy, it's evident on the field. How do you feel like this kind of fresh start has ignited, your passion for football?
Yeah, I think the combination of my body, feeling good, and getting with, Clint and Andrew, who I had been with previously for several years. I think there's a comfort level there, although I will say things have evolved quite a bit too. So I still have a lot of learning, and just texted Andrew after practice about a couple routes that I said, I don't have a great feel for this one or that one that we need to talk about this afternoon. So there's always that progression of getting more comfortable with it, but I'm sure there is a little bit of a comfort level with people that you've been around before that you say, it's in a way fun to get the band back together a little bit.
When it comes to mentoring Aidan and Fernando, what part have you enjoyed the most out of that process?
Well, they're great people. They're fun to work with. We have fun in the meetings. Have good dialogue. They're great, like football minds, great studiers. So, they can push me. I think to say I'm mentoring them is a bit of a reach, probably more of a narrative than it is the truth, in the sense that they're pretty good players and pretty experienced, and I'm learning a lot from them too and asking questions of them. And so it's always been a working force together in the quarterback room, and that's what it is. Nobody's, leading more than someone else. I think we're all just kind of a working force together, helping each other, giving feedback, giving perspective, giving another set of eyes. And I've always felt I prepare my best during the season when we can all kind of be together in that room in the evening, going over things together, rather than working in our own silos. I think when we can kind of all be giving feedback on each other, that's when I think the best ideas come out.
That you've learned from them that maybe kind of stuck out to you?
Well, I think they got good habits, good preparation. With Aidan having been here, there's a lot I can learn from Aidan, about how things work here, and he's just very bright. I really believe strongly that Aidan's best football in this league is ahead of him. And if you know my story, my fourth year in the league was when everything kind of turned for me. And Aidan's in his fourth year now, and I've seen a lot of quarterbacks come through Washington, Minnesota, Atlanta. I've observed a lot. There were 8 guys in my draft class who were all kind of expected to have great careers. So I've followed guys for a long time, and there's a lot about Aidan O'Connell where I say, why can't this guy have a long, successful career in this league? Like I'm just seeing all the traits that you have to be a great player in this league. So, I think he's got a bright future, and his best football's ahead of him.
When you look at Aidan, he hasn't even played his fourth year. He's fourth-year player.
Right.
He's had 6 offensive coordinators.
Yeah, it's unbelievable. It's ridiculous. Yeah, it's hard. And then the flip side, when you look at a lot of quarterbacks who have had very unique success in this league, there tends to be some real consistency with systems and coaches and familiarity, and they're able to play without having to think. And so pretty impressive that Aidan's on his, whatever it is, number head coach, number coordinator, and he is able to operate that quickly, running the system and knowing what to do. And I think Clint sees that, Janoko sees that. So, he's doing a great job. But yeah, once he can get with somebody where we can be consistent with that, I think that's also going to really help his and anyone's development.
You played with some tremendous skill players, Justin Jefferson, et cetera.
Yeah.
How curious were you with Brock Bowers, and how different is it that it comes in the form of a tight end?
Yeah, I remember in Washington, Jordan Reed was arguably our best eligible there, and he became kind of the joker that you were able to use in unique ways. And Brock in a lot of ways is that. Kind of remains to be seen. We're kind of trying things this spring for everybody to get to know him, because I think I'm new to getting to know him. Fernando's new. Clint's new, Janoko's new. So we're all trying to kind of learn how to use him best. He caught an inside fade that we were working, and I said to Aidan, I said, can he do that? And Aidan kind of gave me the look like, is that a serious question? Like, he's going to be able to do that. Is there anything he can't do? So, everybody's pretty excited about what he can do, and we're just trying to learn right now.
Described him as a football robot from heaven. How would you describe Brock Bowers?
How would I describe Brock Bowers? Just period? Yeah, great football player, great person. I enjoy working with him, having breakfast with him. He's got a good way about him, and he just wants to be a great player. And we as quarterbacks want to help him get there and do that.
Sorry. What has stood out to you about Fernando Mendoza so far since you've been interacting with him? And kind of like, what is he like as a person?
Yeah, he's doing a great job. Working hard, asking questions, learning the system. Doing everything he should be doing, and you just keep stacking days, one day at a time. You keep building, and you keep doing that, and you look back, and it's been 14 seasons, like for me. So he just has good habits, and those will serve him well as he keeps going forward.
How beneficial is it for you to have Mike McCoy also, around the quarterback room, and also not only just to coaching you guys, but also to have him there for Clint as he's trying to implement things?
Yeah, I just love having resources, but yes, having been a head coach, having been with Peyton and Phillip, I'm going to ask him questions about that, what he's learned, what he knows. I'll ask him about situations. He isn't in the quarterback room too often, but he's kind of near us during practice. He kind of does a good job facilitating a lot of things at practice, so I love to pick his brain too. I mean, I'll ask questions to anybody. Nick Holes, Tim Zetz. Tim was with Aaron Rodgers and Matt LaFleur in Green Bay. All these guys have been in these rooms where elite football has been played, league MVPs have played. So I just want to ask, what were their habits? What worked well for them? Why were they successful? When they weren't successful, why was that? And there's so many resources in this building. And, it's exciting to go to work every day and have that many people. I mean, Mike Solomon was with Ben Roethlisberger and Eli Manning. I mean, I can just go on and on asking, what did this guy do? What were his habits like? What drills did he like? How did he get ready? How did he handle the playoffs? And I've got so many people who can help me.
You're obviously working in the desert here, so you have to manage the time sometimes on when to practice. Are you good with that? Is there feedback that you could give the coaches in terms of starting times and whatnot?
Yeah, I'm pretty new to it. We were joking that it's fake news that it gets hot here because it really hasn't been that bad this spring, and they all give me a hard time. They're like, it's coming in August and July. So I'll probably eat my words coming up. But, whenever we practice. I think they are from a wellness, performance standpoint, trying to make sure that it's at the right time and is strategic. And I'll let Clint and the training room handle those decisions. But I'll practice when they want me to practice. And I guess at quarterback, it's not nearly as tough as lineman or wide receiver. So I should probably shut my mouth on that. But it's apparently going to get very hot here. I wear the hand warmer every day to keep my hands having moisture. So that's why I'm wearing the hand warmer, because it's like 90 degrees, but I still have it on because I feel the dry air sometimes makes it hard to grip the ball.
Experience just about everything an NFL quarterback can experience, and as you get to know this system more and your teammates, how much more does it feel like this is the right place, right time for you?
Yeah, I mean, I came here because I felt good about it at the time. 2 months in, I still feel good about it, but the fall is what kind of draws that whole, kind of creates whether it was the right decision or not. So it's all up ahead for us. But, I've enjoyed working with the guys. I've enjoyed getting out there each day and putting the work in, and we'll see where it leads one day at a time.
So throughout the off-season practices thus far, you guys didn't have a shield on the helmet, and like Kubiak had said, you guys are going to earn it.
Right.
Did he say anything about you guys actually earning the shield you guys wore today?
Yeah, he mentioned it at our first practice, I think, getting out there, a while back, that the shield will come up, later. But right now, we're just gonna, go out there and earn it, and no names in the back of the jerseys. Just going to work and putting the reps in and building a foundation. And it's been a productive time. It's been good.
Wrapping up with Sam and Ryan.
Have you had Fernando watch any '90s movies like you were doing with Mike in Atlanta?
No, I don't think so yet. Occasionally things will come up, talking about, hey, have you seen this movie? Have you seen that movie? So we kind of get an understanding of culturally where our lives intersect and where they don't. I brought up heavyweights today at practice. I said, you see heavyweights? And most of the coaches had, but my teammates had not. So I understand where my generation is fitting there, but I did get some laughs out of the coaches, so that was good.
I was wondering how similar or different is Clint Kubiak, the head coach, compared to Clint Kubiak, the offensive coordinator, your position coach back when he was in Minnesota?
I like that question. I may have to tread lightly with the answer, but no, he's been great. I just think there's a football matters to him. There's an intensity there. There's an attention to detail. There's an urgency, probably the best word that I've sensed from him as a head coach, that I think is really good for our football team. But it does cause me when I'm driving into work in the morning, I'm kind of like, I feel it. I'm like, I better be on today. Like, I like check my watch like 4 times to make sure I'm on time or early, because I just feel like he brings that sense of urgency that the great coaches tend to bring, right? And it's certainly not a laid-back atmosphere. I'll just say that, and I think that's a positive. But I think that comes too with being a head coach. You know, you feel that weight as a head coach, and it's not an easy position to sit in. It can be lonely at the top, and I think he also then, you know, as the head coach has to make sure that we're running a tight ship and that we're a great operation. And I think we all feel that urgency. I mean, pre-practice in the locker room, people feel that, and I think that can be a healthy thing, right? It can bring out the best in us. But you know, the last 2 months, it's not a picnic. You know, we're not out here just kind of having fun. Like, it's work, and you feel that in the locker room pre-practice, the way guys' mindset is, and just guys are really focused. They're going over their stuff 2 or 3 times because they don't want to be the guy who made the mental error. So I think that's a really positive thing, but it's not a country club. I like to sleep, and I like to have a social life, so I probably don't. I was saying that I could coach if I could hire all my buddies, like all the guys that I played with, all the guys that I'd love to hang with. I could sit with them all day and coach, but who knows? Maybe I love football. I want to be around the game in some way, shape, or form. I just don't know if that's, you know, coaching Pop Warner football with my boys, or if it's broadcasting or coaching football at a high level. But I want to be around the game for sure. Thanks, guys.
Oh, man. Shout out to Kirk Cousins, dude. The more and more I hear him talk, the more and more I literally wrote down that I think when you hear Cousins talk, his mannerisms, how easy it is to listen to him, you can tell that he's a great dude. You can tell he's a great person on and off the field. I also think he's a great resource for a lot of our younger players out there. But I wrote down Kirk Cousins equals Fernando Mendoza in 14 years. Cousins said that he's played in the league for Fernando Mendoza. The way that Fernando Mendoza talks and operates, like, you're telling me that that's not how he's going to operate 14 years from now. Speaking of Mendoza, he is now up here at the podium. Let's listen to the number 1 overall pick, Fernando Mendoza, here at the Raiders presser.
So it'll be a good time to go watch it.
Fernando, Kirk was just talking about sticking to the movies. He talks about how, like, you guys like to share movies and what you watch and haven't watched. I was wondering, what movies have he put you on so far?
Yeah, Kirk, you know, he's a great guy. He's put me on a bunch of oldies for sure. But no, I'm joking. He's Kirk has a great movie taste. We actually went the other day to go watch the movie Pressure, World War II movie. I didn't think I was going to like it, but it was actually a really enjoyable movie, and it was a fun time.
So what's been, you know, the most challenging part just early on in this journey in the NFL? And is there even an intimidation factor you have to get over early on, or no such thing?
Well, I think there's always a transition, especially from the college level to the NFL level, and it's having those positive stressors and that growing period, and there's going to be some growing pains. And luckily, I feel confident that I'm able to see the field well, and that my growing pains are coming from, hey, I got to time up my footwork a little better with the routes and intricacies here and there. And I'm really working hard with the coaching staff who's pushing me and have done a phenomenal job of relaying and communicating the information needed. And it's up to me to take full advantage of that. And I feel like I've been growing every day from the first day of OTAs, then today, minicamp. I feel like I'm leaps and bounds ahead of where I was.
Through a similar situation going from Cal to Indiana, and you had to learn it in a hurry.
Yes.
With some high expectations at Indiana, and it didn't necessarily always start off well, but it got better and it got better and it got better. How much can that benefit you in this transition?
Yeah, I think having that experience of coming from Cal to then go to Indiana, and honestly having a really rough spring in Indiana of learning, there's a big learning curve, to now, which is, I'm going to say, which now, you know, with more experience and having dealt with that transition already, it has been smoother in the fact of learning new offense, getting new information, learning new teammates, receivers, offensive linemen, and being able to take that experience and have a neutral mindset of where, hey, I'm learning, I'm growing. This isn't the Super Bowl today. This day I'm trying to become the best version of myself so I can best serve my teammates down the road.
You balance the kind of all the fanfare being the top pick and all the things like you did the thing at the Knights game the other night and everything like that. All that stuff with the fact that you have all this stuff on your plate and trying to speed up the learning curve.
Yeah, congratulations to the Knights. I thought the Knights game was a great opportunity to get some off the field team bonding. Was able to go with some of the offensive linemen and Connor Hayward, the fullback. So, not saying he's offensive lineman, he's fullback. And so that was a good experience itself. But from the outside in, there's no denying it. There is fanfare and there is excitement. And I just try to do that by control the controllables, because expectations are all in the future tense. And if I just focus on the present tense, I know that I will be able to get there one day in the future. But worrying about the future is not going to do me any good right now. So I'm just trying to work every single day. And right now I'm repping with the 3s and a little bit with the 2s. So right now I'm just trying to prove myself and do the best in whatever rep I get and treat every single rep like it is a Super Bowl.
A lot of youth on this team. Can you talk about the youth on this team, please?
Yeah, there's a lot of youth on this team, and I haven't had much experience being on other NFL teams, but I believe the team is very connected, and it's a young core. So we're all able to mesh together, and we're all learning and growing together.
Aidan and Kirk told us that it's been a very collaborative group. You guys are all kind of bouncing off one each other. How has that helped you so far when it comes to your own learning process?
Yeah, I feel like we're all in different stages. Kirk being more of a veteran, Aidan being in his 4th year, 5th, pretty sure it's 4th, and then me being in my 1st year, and then also Jacob Clark, the other UDFA quarterback who's also in his 1st year. We've all come together and have combined our experiences, whether it's from an experienced mind, a naive mind, and then Aidan's mind, who's a little bit of, who's a mix, who's a little bit of a veteran, and to be able to collaborate with Coach Janoko and Coach Sullivan and Coach Kubiak has been very, very influencing for me in my development, whether it's just sitting back and listening to Kirk have a conversation with Coach Janoko, whether it's asking Aidan O'Connell a question, whether it's hearing Coach Kubiak talk to the whole offense. It's been an overload of information, and I've been trying my best to take on all the information and try to apply it on the field.
Boy said the only way for rookies to learn is through mistakes. Is there a mistake that you've made yet that you had to go through to truly learn it?
Yeah, there are mistakes I've made in practice, for sure. Like, everybody makes mistakes, but there are mistakes I've made in practice, and a little bit of after practice, I'm a little frustrated I made that mistake. But it's good and it's healthy, because when you're frustrated about it, you're going to put more focus and intent on not making that mistake again. And like the coaches say, there's no problem making a mistake, but you don't want to be a repeat offender. So with that, I'm just doing my best not to play tense so I don't have any mistakes, because then you will consequently have mistakes, but more of really dialing in, reading my notes every single night, seeing the common themes and common trends, trying to work on those common technique themes and trends, and then apply them over the weekend so then they show up in team period, whether it's 7-on-7, team, 2-minute, in a flow state where I'm not needing to focus on, hey, don't do this, because then you're going to end up doing that.
Mike, when he came in, and also Kirk and Aidan all said one of the most impressive things about you is the questions that you ask, the willingness to ask the questions and to learn from them. I guess how important is that to you to be willing to ask those questions and to try to learn from whatever you need to, and express like, hey, I don't know this, like how can I get better at this?
I think that really stems from the support of the quarterback room, coming from the coaches and the other quarterbacks from day one, voicing that I should ask questions if I have any hiccups or if I have any inconsistencies about any concepts. Hey, Fernando, ask a question. We won't ever think this, ask questions. So that has developed my flexibility in meetings to ask questions, which I really applaud them for allowing me to do that, and it's helped me a ton. And it's not only about asking questions, it's and most of it is actually listening to the conversations, taking it in, and listening to the end of the conversation. And then sometimes at the end of the meeting, when your question wasn't answered, then deploy that.
Recently, you're going to hit the pause button here in a couple of days, which is probably going to be beneficial after going through everything that you've gone through for this past year. But do you have a game plan in place to make sure that that's still a productive time, even when you're, as you're right, to kind of take a little bit of a break here?
Yeah, I believe the rookies are staying here until June 23rd. But even in the July break, looking forward to spending time in Las Vegas as well and making that game plan with Alex Guerrero, with the coaching staff, and with the training staff in order to maximize my development and what needs to happen before training camp. And that's not saying, hey, every single day we're going to work from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., but it's saying, hey, you can have maybe these days off, but let's maximize the themes that you need to get ready before training camp, before the first preseason game. And let's have a game plan in action so we're not just feeling motivated one day and the other day. Like, let's have a game plan in action. So we're dialing that all in, but right now we're minicamp, and then after that, before everybody heads out of town, we will convey that.
All right, last one here, Levi. Most recently, you were just named to the Time 100, most influential people in sports list.
Oh, wow.
I'm not sure if you're just learning.
I appreciate it telling me.
But yeah, no, you and your college coach, Kirk, you're both on the list. So
Nice.
I guess now that you do know, how cool is it to, be on that list with guys like LeBron and Saquon and people of that nature?
Yeah, it's a blessing. It's a blessing, and it really comes from having a great team and great teammates and great coaches of my past year in college, because without them, then we wouldn't have, won as many games as we did, and without that, you're not on the list. So it's all a trickle effect, and I think I'm happy that I'm back down on the bottom of the totem pole, because although it's great to get some reminders from the college career, and appreciate you telling me that, it's good to start back from stage one, from level one, having worked my way back up, and get a sense of industriousness to be successful at the next level. But again, it is a huge blessing. Time, from what I've always seen, is a great magazine, always very intriguing, and a list with legends like LeBron James, like so many others. It's an incredible honor.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you. Congratulations on the graduation.
Thank you, guys. Sorry, guys.
God bless.
Shout out to Fernando Mendoza. What did you guys think about when Mendoza had to say? Coming up here on the Raiders Report, I'm going to go through all the big talking points from Raiders mandatory minicamp practice today. And then while Mike McCoy, Fernando Mendoza, Kirk Cousins, and Aidan O'Connell were all speaking during their live presser, I wrote down a ton of notes. And I'm going to just say it like this. I got 10, 20, 30, 48 notes that I wrote down during that presser. So we're going to go through those notes quickly as well here on this show. But if you don't know, I got a lot of different topics to be able to discuss. I typically go live on the Raiders Report every Tuesday at 4 p.m. Eastern Time. Obviously, I went live earlier on today. So in my mind, I got 3 segments that I have on tap for Raider Nation. And we're going to go through all the mandatory minicamp news today that I think that it's important. I want to roll through some other Raiders rumors that I've just seen circulating throughout the internet. And then I'm going to talk about Traden Stukes, and we're actually going to compare him to Kyle Hamilton, because that's what Raiders safety coach Matt Robinson ended up doing last week during OTA. So I'm just going to compare. I'm going to look at some of the things, because when I heard the comparison, I was unbelievably interested. I was like, all right, I got to take a little bit of a deeper dive and just look at if it actually makes sense or not. Because you could say one thing, but if it actually makes sense, well, then that's where I think fans should get excited. Raider Muerte sending in the good vibes. What's going on, Muerte? I got you, my brother. I got you. Also, Isaac, I did a silent alley-oop for you. This is you throwing it down. Just got the Raiders Report glasses. And the other things, you, Mitch, my friend, are the real MVP. I mean, I always tell people, like, there's going to be certain shows where we give things away. There's going to be certain shows where we hold raffles. We do MVP prizes. But honestly, Isaac, you're the real MVP, dude. I mean, literally, you're the June Bang MVP as it stands right now. You've watched this show for so long, and just having you be here to have a little bit of fun, throwing alley-oops up to each other, bringing a smile to Raider Nation. I do, man. What you guys do every single day, it blows my mind. But because you guys do what you do, I probably say this 100 times a week, but because you guys do what you do, I try to do what I do. I know that I'm going to give 110% because Raider Nation is going to give 110%. Raider Muerte sending in more good vibes, and then Sherlock throwing it up there. Nation, we are stronger together. Sherlock, you're absolutely right, man. There's a reason why we're Raider Nation. There's one nation and only nation. I got 500 people here in the building, and if you're a part of Raider Nation, hit that like button down below. I know all of our moderators. I see my guy, Big Raz, showing up and showing out. Cooper Smith, I see you down there below, man. I saw your email. My boss is out of town, so that's why I haven't gotten back to you. So I'm not ignoring you. My boss is just out of town. Can't walk. What's going on, man? Appreciate you here in the building. Another one, a big-time real one, man. A big-time real one. Raider Nation 1994. Mitch made a video about potentially bringing Carr back a few months ago, and there were people saying Carr is the best Raiders quarterback. Plunkett is superior to Carr. Just because I talk about a topic doesn't mean that I'm saying that the Raiders should bring back Derek Carr. I am simply just saying that Derek Carr at that time was a topic of discussion. But I think anybody that watches this show knows I love and have the utmost respect for DC. But I agree with you. I think Derek Carr will go down as being maybe the best statistical Raiders quarterback. It's a different age, different era, but I don't think DC is even a top 3 Raiders quarterback all time. I really, really don't. Raider Nation 1994. That's a crazy statement. All right, y'all, let's go through today's minicamp news. There is no more players, coaches expected to speak at the podium today. There's no more things going on in the presser. So this is where I'm going to look at all y'all, and this is where I'm going to say, all right, this is where I'm going to rely on Raider Nation. Get those hashtag Raiders questions in. If you super chat, it's like a Disney Fast Pass. We're going to put you to the very, very front of the show. But this is the part of the program here on the Raiders Report that I do. I want you guys to see. I want you guys to know. And this is where I am. I count on all y'all. And I know that not everybody can super chat. I don't expect everybody to super chat, but I do expect people that if you have thumbs and fingers, you can do free things. Like hit that like button. Like comment a question down below. If you're watching, there's got to be something. Or if you're like, I don't have a question, give me a hot take. Give me an opinion about a Raiders player, offense, defense. Give me a player that you want the Raiders to go out and get a free agency trade for. I want a question, I want a statement, and I want to see some hashtag Raiders to go along with it, because I'm going to roll through our mandatory minicamp news from today. I'm going to give you all my talking points that I've been writing down, and then after that, we are going to open it up to Raider Nation here on the Raiders Report. You ready to rock? My guy Lopez is telling me, let's rock today. Coming up, the biggest minicamp news from today and my reactions to everything we just heard at these Raiders pressers. Coming up today here on the Raiders Report, presented by Prize Picks, our Raiders mandatory minicamp news from today. I'm going to go through and I'm going to just break down the most important things that were reported and discussed at Raiders mandatory minicamp today, which kicked off, and if you didn't know, practice today, tomorrow, and on Thursday. Also, at the very end of today's show, I'm going to give you my opinion and my instant reaction to what Raiders assistant head coach Mike McCoy, Kirk Cousins, Fernando Mendoza, and Aidan O'Connell all had to say after Raiders practice. The first thing that I want to be able to hit on here is the Raiders earned their shield. One of the things that I love that Clint Kubiak did earlier this offseason is he made players earn the shield. And I know for a fact, hit that like button if you agree, that throughout the years, and I know when I say throughout the years, I'm talking recent years, I don't feel like a lot of coaches made players earn the right to wear the shield. And I get it. We haven't won a lot of football games. But playing in the NFL is a privilege. Putting on that jersey is a privilege. And I want players and coaches to know that it is a privilege. And you got to be able to show up and get to work every single day. So today was the very first day during the offseason program that the Raiders had some shields on their helmets. I would say the number one thing that people are talking about is there was no Nakobe Dean at practice. And I expected to see Dean out there on the field today. Unfortunately, he was not out there. Now, I say that because he was at Media Day yesterday. So the fact that Nakobe Dean was at Media Day yesterday, I anticipate that we were going to see him out there on the field. And big shout out to Sam Warren, Ryan McFadden, and all of the Raiders beat reporters that are there at practice relaying a lot of this information. But Dean, he wasn't there today. I'll admit that when Mike McCoy spoke to the media today, didn't seem too worried about it. Clint Kubiak, John Spytek, every time that they've talked about this situation, they don't seem to be too worried about it. And I get it. Everybody can tell me, don't be worried about it, don't be worried about it, don't be worried about it. But the Raiders signed Nakobe Dean to a 3-year, $36 million deal, and I do think his presence on this defense next to Quay Walker, it's extremely important, and that's why I keep on talking about it over and over and over again, because the question has to be asked, what is going on with Nakobe Dean? And I want to know from you down below, what do you think necessarily is going on with Dean? And there's a lot of different options that you could potentially think about. For me personally, what I think is going on with Nakobe Dean, I wonder if he's battling just a minor injury. And it could be the smallest injury possible. I do know that he's dealt with some minor injuries over the past few years. He played in only 10 games a season ago. And if he can stay healthy, and if he can play all 17 games, he's a legit top 20 linebacker. Hell, I've seen some people put him in the top 10 linebacker conversation because how well he goes sideline to sideline. But I do wonder, are the Raiders just going, you know what? Hey, we're not worried about it. It's freaking June. We're going to let time go. He's been in the league long enough. You also got to remind yourself that the Raiders linebacker coach, Ronald Williams, comes from Philadelphia with some experience around Nakobe Dean, so there's got to be a little bit of a trust factor there. If he's still not showing up during training camp in July, that's when I'm really going to crank this up and go, what the flying flip is going on with Nakobe Dean? For now, I think he's just getting some rest. And if I had to guess, maybe dealing with a minor injury, but I would love for a coach or somebody to give us a little bit of information on that, though I know you don't have to. Let's go to another little bit of an injury update here. Jermod McCoy did not practice. If my math is mathing correctly, this now to me is 5 straight practices that McCoy has not participated in, going back to OTAs last week, and now also the first day of mandatory minicamp, which was reported by Sam Warren. And there was really only McCoy and Dean. Those were the only 2 players today for the Raiders that did not practice. So that's obviously a good sign. And, you know, you've heard McCoy, you've heard Kubiak, and I think probably one of the reasons why the shield was earned is this coaching staff is very impressed by the players showing up and showing out, and most importantly, buying in to what this coaching staff is doing. The next note coming in here on our Raiders minicamp news, I will get to in just a moment. But before I get into that, huge shout out to today's sponsor, Prize Picks, America's #1 fantasy sports app out there. If you don't know, use code HMA to get $50 instantly in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup on Prize Picks. Whether you plan on watching the hockey game tonight or if you had a good time watching the Knicks and Spurs game last night, if you want to get a lineup in, you pick more, you pick less on at least 2 to 6 players, and then you got to choose between a power play and a flex play. If you choose a power play, that means all of your players have to make that lineup work. For example, my guy Lopez, he's cooking up a lineup for tonight, and if you're a sports fan, like he's got baseball, women's basketball, I think he's got women's basketball and baseball both in here. And right now, actually, Prize Picks is doing a deal that they're going to give you 30% more if you win if you put a woman from basketball in your lineup. So if you want to win even more money, like yesterday, I put Asia Wilson. I had Asia Wilson, 34.5 points, rebounds, and assists. Dude, she had like 52 within like, I mean, she blew right by that number. And again, I don't watch a lot of women's basketball, but if I got a Prize Picks lineup in, yeah, I'm going to be interested. I'm going to be watching. But seriously, if you're a sports fan and you are loving this time of the year, and I don't know how you don't love this time of the year. You got the finals in hockey. You got the finals in basketball. Get a lineup in. This link is going to be for you down in the comments, down in the description of today's show. Pick more, pick less. It's really that simple. Use code HMA to get $50 in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup over on Prize Picks, where it's good to be right. Let's talk about Jeremy Chin. He did practice today for the Raiders. And this one, some people are probably going to be like, why are we even mentioning this? And you're probably right. Why are we even mentioning this? The reason why I wanted to be able to mention it is because I remember last week when we were talking during OTAs, Jeremy Chin did not practice on that Wednesday that was open up to the media, but he did speak to the media on that day. So I was just like, is Jeremy Chin going to be out there? I was wondering. I saw him flying around the football field, so that obviously put a big old smile on my face. We do have 3 quarterbacks that ended up talking today, in Fernando Mendoza, in Aidan O'Connell, also Kirk Cousins. On top of that, Raiders assistant head coach Mike McCoy. And I've been live here on the Raiders Report for almost 2 hours now, and I typically like to go live for Raiders pressers. If you know the Raiders are going to be doing a presser and you want to watch it with me, I hope that you hit that subscribe button. I'll also say it like this. My number one job here, obviously, is to get you guys content, but I also want Raider Nation to unite as a nation. And I have recently been over on the main Raiders YouTube channel, and that comment section, it's a disgrace. And if you're a part of that disgraceful comment section, why don't we actually try to unite as a nation and talk positive? Not to say that you got to agree on everything here and there, but the just cesspool of comments that I see on the Raiders YouTube channel, I'm not going to lie to you. Like, I don't even want to watch videos over there anymore. So if you want to be able to have positive conversations and watch this and realize that we're actually on the same team, hit that subscribe button. Watch Raiders Pressers here, because until the actual Raiders YouTube channel starts like weeding out some of the bullshit, it's really frustrating. It's really hard to be able to watch and enjoy what I'm watching. And if you feel the exact same way, I hope that you watch the show here. I'll also say it like this. You're going to have a good time when you watch the show. We've been able to build an awesome community, an awesome family. And, bro, I literally LOL'd when I saw this comment from Amador Rivera that said, Mitch, you got me in trouble. Tell my girl that it's really YouTube sending me the notifications. I say this all the time, man. Hit that notification bell. Click all when I drop a video. I do. I want you guys to be here. I want you all to be hanging out with me. So if you are a part of the Noti gang, where are you at? Let me know down below. Where's my Noti gang at? I want to know where you're watching from. I want to know that you're a part of the Noti gang, and I want to know that you're a part of the Raiders Report community that we're building here. Other notes from Raiders practice today. Shout out to Ryan McFadden, who's there in the building. Media viewing period of Raiders minicamp just wrapped up. The quarterback rotation remained the same, with Kirk Cousins working mainly with the ones. Aidan O'Connell worked mainly with the twos. Fernando Mendoza worked mainly with the threes, though Fernando did say that he got a little bit of work with the twos. JPJ wasn't on the field during team period, which I thought was really interesting. Is he battling an injury? He's had a lot of injury concerns. I think it's also important to be able to remind ourselves that JPJ was not drafted by this head coaching staff and by this front office. He's a part of the old regime, and a lot of interior offensive linemen have come in, but I love the fact that Caleb Rogers had a hell of a day at practice. It was reported by Vincent Bonsignor, and also got some first-team reps in. Rookie cornerbacks Ezekiel Massis and also Darian Porter, they rotated in with the ones. So Massis was drafted out of Cal in the 5th round, 175 overall this year. But then Shedrick Jackson also had himself a solid day at practice. But Porter, he was drafted in round 3 last year. Love these reports that were coming out. It was also reported, according to Vincent Bonsignor, that Fernando Mendoza had a great practice today, that Cody Lindenberg practiced well, that Traden Stukes was a player that showcased himself. He also said that Dylan Laube was another player to keep in mind that had himself a solid day at practice today. So Traden Stukes, Laube, Zeke Massis, Mendoza, Cody Lindenberg also got recognition from Vincent Bonsignor. Coming up next here on the show, I'm going to get into all of the press conference takeaways. If you try to mold those two words together, you get pressaways, apparently. So I'm going to first start with Mike McCoy, and I'm just going to go in the order of when they talk. So McCoy, Cousins, AOC, Fernando Mendoza, and then at the very end of the show, I'm probably going to flip out a little bit because something happened today in the National Football League that I'm just so sick and tired of seeing. But let me give you guys my instant reaction here to what Mike McCoy had to say. I love that he talked about what he learned from his assistant head coach role from Ken Wisenhunt. And I think like what smart coaches do is they try to learn from everybody around them. So when McCoy got hired to be our assistant head coach, I love that he talked about that he reached out to Ken Wisenhunt and was just kind of talking about his experience being an assistant head coach. Then he started talking about, Clint Kubiak and how he believes that Clint brought in the right people. And so often it's really only talked about what people in terms of players are brought in and free agency and the draft, all that type of stuff. But what's really important is also the importance of building a good coaching staff. And Mike McCoy talked, and hearing Mike McCoy speak, you could tell that he's been in the NFL for a really long time. I was impressed by how Raiders players have been showing up, and it's also been something that McCoy talked about. Again, it's probably one of the reasons why the Raiders were able to earn their shield. He did not seem at all worried about Nakobe Dean. In fact, there were 2 questions presented to McCoy about Dean, and he both times was just very much like, dude's a professional. It's kind of the middle of June. He's not going to seem worried about it. And this is just another example of another Raiders coach that told you how impressed he is that players are showing up, and they've been showing up. And then he's also telling you that they're not worried about Nakobe Dean. If I had to guess, I think there might be a little bit of a minor injury that the team is right now viewing with Mr. Dean. He said that he's excited to be a Raider, and he's excited to be able to work for Clint Kubiak. He talked about how they worked before in previous passings and how the coaching trees have kind of overlapped from years before. But I do, man. I want my assistant head coach. I want my quarterback. I want my water boy to be excited to be a part of an organization like the Las Vegas Raiders. McCoy goes on to say that he loves how the quarterbacks are working together, and I tweeted out during the press conference that I feel like Kirk Cousins and Aidan O'Connell are the perfect quarterbacks to help groom Fernando Mendoza, and that this Raiders quarterback room is almost perfect for each other in the sense of they're all kind of corny. They're all definitely smart guys. They all love football, but they're not the same. They're all a little bit different, but they are kind of same, but different. And I love how all these quarterbacks are working together. Hearing their side of it and hearing Mike McCoy talk about it fires me up. He said that the vet leadership is outstanding on this roster. When you bring in the amount of players that this team did in free agency, I expect this veteran leadership to be better. Kwity Paye, Quay Walker, Eric Stokes, Nakobe Dean, Max Crosby, Kirk Cousins. Like, you want your vets. Colton Miller speaking up, showing and showing out. I love the fact that he said that Mendoza wants to know the why. Says that the questions that he asks, and you've heard a lot of coaches, a lot of players say that Mendoza asks a ton of questions, and asking questions is good. Learning from those questions is more important, and it sounds like Mendoza is doing that. Again, 27 years of NFL experience. You can just tell. And if you didn't watch the Mike McCoy presser, I encourage you to go watch it. And you're going to come away watching that, and you're just going to say to yourself, I can tell that guy knows football. And I can tell that he's a smart coach. And I can tell that he has an understanding of what the Raiders are trying to accomplish. And it's refreshing. It just is. It is a refreshing thing to hear. But then what's also refreshing is he kind of says this line where he's like, we're finding what players do the best, and we're just trying to get those players to do those things. And I love hearing that because throughout the past few years of a lot of these other Raiders coaching staffs, I don't think that they did a good job understanding the talent that they have and then using the talent the way they should. I feel like a lot of these past regimes have been like, this is what I do. I'm going to try to fit this square player into a triangle peg, where this coaching staff's going, well, let's see what type of players we got, and then we'll put them in the proper positions. Let's now go to what Kirk Cousins, was it Cousins or AOC? AOC spoke. All right, so it was McCoy, AOC, Cousins, and then Mendoza. I think I might have mixed that up earlier. Aidan O'Connell was talking about how he's just really trying to help Mendoza grow, and I really respect Aidan for going up there on the podium, and there was definitely glimpses of, I think he wants to be a starter of this team, but I think there's also glimpses of he kind of knows what the writing on the wall is. He did mention that he thought that this system with Clint Kubiak is similar to the year 2 system that he was in. And again, you're going into your 4th year, okay? You're going into your 4th year. So the second-year system, you had Josh McDaniels, who drafted him in 2023. That second-year system kind of concerns me a little bit, that statement, because that's Luke Getsy. And maybe I'm tripping a little bit, but, you know, like that, the second-year system, that's Luke Getsy. I don't know if I like that very much. A rising tide lifts all boats mentality. he said this, and I think that this is the mentality that Aidan O'Connell has to have every single day. If he's better, Mendoza will be better, Kirk Cousins will be better. But he also did say that he felt like the best quarterback should start. And I completely agree. And I do really think that the only way that Aidan O'Connell is going to get starting reps is if he is the best quarterback. Because I think, truthfully, if it's on paper, he's not the guy. But if AOC is clearly the best QB for the next 3 months, who knows? He might actually get that shot. He said that, Clint's all about football, which I think matches the type of mentality that Aidan O'Connell has every single day. He did say that his personal goal in the NFL was to be a long-time starter. And you also heard Kirk Cousins give AOC lots of flowers, which we'll talk about here in a little bit. But if Aidan O'Connell is saying that his goal is to be a long-time starter, you could look at that in two ways. You could look at that as being like, well, no shit, Mitch, that's what he should be. And I agree. I think Aidan O'Connell is going to be in this league for a long time. I don't think it's going to be a starter. I think it's going to be more of a backup. But if that's his goal, this could also be the final year. And it is the final year on his contract. And I wouldn't be shocked if AOC's got a new home next offseason. He did say that he loves Kirk Cousins' energy, loves the fact that he called him, he didn't call him childish isn't the word, but he was basically like, I didn't realize how goofy he was. I think that was the term that he used, that he didn't realize how goofy Kirk Cousins is. But sometimes you kind of need like that goofy dad energy, because Aidan O'Connell's got that goofy dad energy. Fernando Mendoza has that goofy dad energy. He's saying that he's learning a lot from the way Kirk preps off the field. Again, it's a lot more than just showing up on those practices, on those game days, but he felt like he's been learning a lot from Kirk. He said that Mendoza is who he is, like the guy that you think Fernando is exactly who he is, which I think is helpful for knowing what type of quarterback that you're getting. When asked about what's like one of the biggest differences between this staff and last year's staff, he said that Clint is efficient. And that really stuck out to me because, again, one of the number one things that you've kind of heard players and other front office members and just reports have been how much of a disaster Pete Carroll and the coaching staff was, of how they really felt like, there's a lot of people that felt like that coaching staff last year wasted time and did not do a good job of teaching properly. So the fact that Aidan O'Connell said that Clint is efficient and that this staff uses time properly and perfectly, like essentially just saying that they take advantage of the time that is being coached to them. And that's really important. The fact that this staff uses time properly, uses time perfectly, and does a good job of trying to break down to its players everything that they're trying to learn. There's nothing more important in life than time. And Aidan O'Connell made it clear to me that this coaching staff, compared to last season, is doing a much better job of letting players and coaches know that their time is valued. Let's go to what Kirk Cousins had to say during the presser. I loved when Cousins started talking about the Peyton Manning conversation that he had, essentially like when Cousins first went to Atlanta, he reached out to Peyton because Peyton also dealt with something very similar when Peyton left Indianapolis and ended up going to the Denver Broncos, and how Cousins is just trying to learn from Peyton and everything that, Manning did, and how, when you first go in, don't act like you're the commander-in-chief, but as the offseason goes on, don't be afraid to kind of take over. If you're a football fan, you got to listen to what Cousins has to say about Peyton Manning. He did say that his body and his Achilles, it feels great. There was a joke that was made during the presser about like the last time the Raiders and the Falcons played. Kirk Cousins played in that game. He did not play very well. He really looked old. That was really when he was kind of coming off that Achilles injury. But Cousins says that the body and the Achilles feel great. I loved the text to Janoko comment. He said that after practice today, there was like a few things. I believe it was a few routes that he wasn't 100% sure about. So as soon as practice ended, he texted Raiders offensive coordinator Andrew Janoko and was just like, hey, man, can we meet after practice? Can we talk about it a little bit more? Hearing that type of shit is exactly why you brought in Kirk Cousins, because that's the type of thing that you want Fernando Mendoza to do it. And if Mendoza sees Kirk Cousins doing it after 14 years of NFL experience, then I think Aidan's going to want to do it, Mendoza's going to want to do it, and then again, all the ships are going to be rising in that tide. Cousins did give his flowers to the quarterbacks, said that the young quarterbacks are smart, whether that's Jacob Clark, Fernando Mendoza, or Aidan O'Connell. And then Cousins really gave his flowers to Aidan O'Connell, saying that he thought that his best football is ahead of him. One of the statements that I've made on this show throughout the years is like, you got to be able to give Aidan a lot of credit. 4 different head coaches, 6 or 7 different offensive coordinators. You know, you kind of heard Hondo trying to navigate that question a little bit. But for Cousins, he really was like, he was, man. Like, if I'm another team out there looking for somebody, it felt like Kirk was really trying to hype up the Aidan O'Connell potential trade machine. And I'm not saying that that's the reason why it was happening. It's not at all. But if you're a fan and you want Cousins and Mendoza to work out, and if you're a fan that wants to potentially get an extra draft pick, hearing what Cousins had to say, you got to absolutely love that. And there's a reason why. Aidan O'Connell was featured on my top players that could potentially be traded this offseason by the Raiders video. Cousins compared Brock Bowers. This is an awesome name from the past, my fantasy football leagues, Jordan Reed, and kind of just said how back then with Washington, they used to put Jordan Reed in this like joker role and could see Brock Bowers playing like a joker role for the Raiders, which is essentially like wide receiver tight end hybrid. Bowers is more talented than Jordan Reed, but when Reed was healthy, not dealing with concussions, he was an outstanding, like he kind of reminded me of Darren Waller, to be honest with you. Said that Bowers just wants to be great, was kind of asked about like the whole football robot from heaven quote that Clint Kubiak gave, and he just said, hey, Bowers just trying to be great. He said that Mendoza's doing all the right things that you want your young rookie quarterback to be able to do. Another topic that he said that I love that he talked about was that he said that he loves the resources in the building and the amount of respect that is in the building for like all these coaches, all these players. He's like, the amount of level of respect that he has for this staff, and for him to be able to be like, you know, hey, I was talking to this coach because this coach worked with Ben Roethlisberger, this coach worked with Aaron Rodgers, and like all the different quarterbacks that this staff has worked with, I think is low-key one of the things that, again, we should be excited about because Clint did a good job putting a coaching staff together. And my final note is not really anything that that Cousins said, but just the way that Kirk's mannerisms are, the way that he talks, the way that he laughs, the way that he makes jokes. It really reminds me of like the way that I think Fernando Mendoza is going to be in this league for 14 years. I'm not going to lie to you. I hope that Mendoza does a lot more winning than Kirk Cousins does. But I think, again, you see the type of person and the way that Kirk prepares himself. It's why the Raiders brought him in to help Fernando Mendoza learn, which is exactly where we are going next here in my takeaways. Mendoza said that he feels like that he's growing every single day and that he's leaps and bounds better than where he was at OTAs. But you also got to remind yourself, you know, he was trying to learn with Brian Griese even before the NFL draft happened, much before then. He talked about how his transfer from Cal to Indiana and that experience of that transfer is actually really helping him grow now because how difficult it was to learn that Indiana system in that year one with Curt Cignetti. So he thought like it's not apples to apples, but it is just, all right, I went through this experience once. What did I learn from that experience? How can I implement that and apply it to now the NFL? He did say that he's repping mainly with the threes. He did say he's getting some work with the twos, but I think that that's, again, the Raiders want Mendoza to learn. He's going to be learning a lot. And he's also said multiple times, like, what he's doing is his preparation now is more about the future and less about the now, but he's staying focused in the now. I think Mendoza knows what the plan is. He believes that this young core is very well connected. Fernando even made a joke like along the lines of, well, I haven't really been on a lot of NFL teams, but I believe that this young core is well connected. And I obviously believe that when you have a close locker room, it really does help you get over maybe that 1%. He said that the quarterbacks and coaches collabing has helped him out a lot, whether it's him talking to Kirk, whether him talking to Aidan, or just hearing like the questions that Kirk Cousins and Aidan O'Connell or Jacob Clark, whoever, are bringing up to the coaches and all the conversations that are being able to be had. I love that Mendoza said that every single night he reads all of his notes and he's trying to learn from his mistakes. Like, you're obviously going to make mistakes as a rookie. You're going to make mistakes as a person, but it's how you learn from those mistakes. And I love to hear what Mendoza was doing. He kind of did not know that, and I didn't know this either, that he was put on the Times like top 100 list, which features a bunch of like big name celebrities, big name coaches. I just want you to hear how he like answers that question because he's unbelievably humble. He's he got voted the guy with the most aura for a reason. But if I'm not going to get into all of it, I just want you to hear what Fernando had to say about him getting put in the Times like most influential athletes. I think it's just a humble answer is how I'll put it. And then the final thing that I got here is I just love listening to Fernando Mendoza. And I'm going to root for him. He's a guy that I root for on and off the field. I do believe that he's got that silent assassin type of mentality. But the combination of Mendoza, Aidan O'Connell, Kirk Cousins, Clint Kubiak, Mike McCoy, Andrew Janocko, Mike Sullivan, I'm so proud of the Raiders putting together a plan, and the plan is very simple. They got long-term view for Fernando Mendoza, and they felt like Aidan O'Connell and Kirk Cousins were the two best people to help get the best version out of Mendoza, and I just love what this Raiders coaching staff did with the quarterback room. Absolutely love it. Before I wrap up today's show, I'm sick and tired of seeing this type of bullshit go down in the NFL, and I just want the NFL to do something about it. The Raiders have a zero-tolerance policy for domestic violence. You won't see any Raiders guys that have a domestic violence background. Personally, I think the NFL needs to implement something like this because the amount of, we'll just call it, big-name NFL players that have been in headlines like this. This is the second time that Alaric Jackson has been arrested on a felony domestic violence charge. I'll just say it like this. I want the NFL to really put its foot down. I don't know if he's going to be available in the Raiders' Week 7 game when the Raiders play the Rams at home. But I promise you this, when big-time NFL news happens, I always wonder, how can this impact the Raiders? I promise you, if Jackson ends up getting suspended, there is 100% going to be trade rumors around the Raiders and around the Rams, probably involving Colton Miller. I do not want to trade Colton Miller. I don't think it makes any sense for the Raiders to move on from Miller, but just be ready. If this ends up coming down and he ends up getting suspended, the Rams are in all-in mode. So that means there's going to be a lot of different trade ideas for the Rams, and I promise you, the Rams will look into trading for Colton Miller, who's a UCLA guy. He's a West Coast guy, but the Rams don't have that first-round pick in the 2027 NFL Draft. Maybe there could also be some DJ Glaze. Maybe there could be some other rumors that are circulating out there. I'm just telling you right now, be prepared for the Colton Miller to the Rams rumors that are going to happen. And if they do end up happening, I will talk about them on this show because I do think that those rumors are important. In terms of everything that happened today, shout out to all of y'all. And if you do not know, I am actually live right now on the Raiders Report. I've been live on the Raiders Report for a little over 2 hours, and I plan on staying live today for a little bit longer. I got tons of shows, tons of segments that I got to be able to get to. So if you appreciate the content that we provide, hit that subscribe button, turn on those notifications, and if you get in trouble from your wife, you can blame it on me. Craig Nelson! Bang! Let's get the season started, baby. It just feels different. Let's freaking go, Raiders! Thanks, as always, for the great coverage. Craig Nelson Jr. came in with a bang. What up, Craig? You know, Craig, again, just... I was in the comments section the other day on the main Raiders YouTube channel, and it just felt like a cesspool. And I love when people are excited. I love when people are fired up. I also just noticed your Raiders Report shirt, which now I'm putting 2 to 2 together. I remember you sent me this photo on, I want to say Instagram. I want to say it was Instagram. So, Craig, I appreciate the fact that you wore this on your vacation. But you're right, man. I do. I think 2026 feels different. Listening to what Mike McCoy had to say, listening to the way our quarterbacks are talking, I'm always going to be a hopeful fan. And people can troll me for being a hopeful Raiders fan in the offseason. But I actually think what Max Crosby said last week is the perfect thing of, like, if you're not positive, how do you ever expect to win? And I am going to be positive every single offseason because I do actually think that this team is going in the right direction. Speaking of the right direction, there's only one direction for this guy. All gas, no brakes. Bayou! Bang! Good to have you back, Mitch. Good to have you back, Bayou. Hope y'all had a great one-year celebration. Nation, love y'all. Shout out to Nabman and Zon. Had a good call with them the other night. Save a Warrior, LA Crash Dog. Shout out for the efforts in this group. Thank you, Mitch, for the content and the hard work. Shout out to Mount Raidermore's Bayou Raider, the man that has banged more in the year of 2026 than anybody else out there. Truthfully, dude, I had an amazing weekend with my wife. We really tried to do not a lot, but still go out and do a lot of different things. Like, I told her that I just want to have good food. I want to have good drinks. I don't ever want to be stressed out. I'm going to say yes to just about everything that we're going to do, but stress-free. Like, truly, like, staycation, stress-free. And that's what we tried to do. We went to a bunch of different restaurants that we've gone to over the years. We actually went to the building, not the building that we got married in, but the building that Alex and I stayed in during our, our wedding week. We actually went back to that hotel. They recognized us, which was really cool. They gave us like a big old tour of the place. They gave us some free drinks. I mean, it was, but yeah, and I'll always say this, not to be weird. I love when you guys, say congrats to me. You show love to me. But when you guys go above and beyond, and my wife is sending me comments that are like, hey, like, congratulations, or wow, like, your wife looks beautiful, or yeah, I kicked your coverage. Those type of comments that I got all weekend and on like some of the posts that my wife shared. I just want to say, like, I appreciate you guys so much for showing me love. But I bet you I'm not the only guy that says this. I know that we're friends, right? And I know that we're close. But when somebody else shows love and respect to, maybe it's your kids, maybe it's your significant other, there's just a whole new level of respect. And I do. I respect the people that watch this show May, June, and July, because y'all are the real ones, and I know that you guys have my back, whether there's a lot of Raiders stuff going on or not a lot of Raiders stuff going on. But Bayou, shout out to you, dog. Sherlock Raider, thank you, Lopez, and to all the mods that keep this show going. And again, the mods, they show up every single day. Some random NFL news. The Bengals have restructured the contract of Joe Burrow, creating $10 million of salary cap space.
They're going all in.
Who are they going to go get?
Anybody on defense. That is it.
You think? I mean, I'd say their offense is pretty well secured.
Offense is all right. Offensive line was the best they've been in years last year. Defense was the biggest problem.
I mean, creating $10 million in salary cap space.
At this point in free agency, that's 2, maybe 3 players if you get a guy on a discount.
Well, that's what I'm saying. It's post June 1st. Do they start? When do the Bengals start minicamp?
That I do not know.
When is Bengals minicamp? All right, so Bengals minicamp, June 16th to the 18th. So think about the timing of that. So that's a week before today. So a lot of times when you see guys get brought in that they try to get ramped up, sometimes it happens within a week. Again, like that mindset might be a little bit more for like regular season football, right? You're bringing a guy in during the bye week, try to get him ramped up in hopes that he's ready to go the following week. But that news around the Bengals, that's interesting. I do. I think that's kind of interesting. So today's deals, for those of you that do not know, if you want to get in for a shot to be in my Raiders Report Fantasy Football League, $5 Super Chat gets you 1 raffle ticket. This is actually a half-off deal. Typically in June, these have been $10 items, so this is a pretty damn good deal. If you want to get in our duck race, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. The last time that I checked, we had 3 people in this race, so I'm hoping that we get some more in. The more people that get in, the bigger the pot can be. Daniel, Sherlock, Hong, and now Richard Engel are all in this race. If you want to get in, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. We will do this at the very, very end of today's program. And then on top of all of that, if you finish in the top 3 for our XP today, I'm going to give you a golden ticket to get in our fantasy football league. For comparison's sake, the normal June raffle, like, I think if you have a golden ticket, I think that you're going to have how can I compare it? 10 times the chance to get in compared to if you don't have one. If I had to guess, again, golden tickets compared to the other tickets, I think by the end of it, it'll be, if you have a golden ticket, you'll have a really, really good shot to get in our Raiders Report Fantasy Football League, which we're going to be doing on Sleeper, just so you know. And right now, our top 3 people for XP today, Isaac Hernandez has been the MVP. Sherlock is at number 2. CJ Raider is at 3. And then Bayou Raider is at 4. Those are right now clearly the top 4 people on the show. All right, so while we are waiting to get some hashtag Raiders questions in here, maybe some super chats of flowing, I'm actually going to go use the restroom. I've had to pee for like an hour. And just because of all the pressers, I haven't been able to do it yet. Shout out to Joey D. You, sir, are in. And then Jose Magos, you, sir, are also in. Lopez is going to be here hanging out with y'all. Don't be afraid to ask him anything, questions related. I will be right back, and once I get back, I'm going to answer some questions, and then we also have a few other segments that we got to be able to hit here on the show. Like I said, I typically go live at 4 p.m. Eastern time, which would be technically in 15 minutes from now. I am going to just stay live. I probably won't be as live as later or as long as what I typically am. If I had to guess, I will probably be live for another, I don't know, hour, 90 minutes to 2 hours is my guess. It's my best guess because I do have 2 segments that I still got to get to today. So just keep that in mind. All right, I'm going to kick it over to Lopez. I'll be right back. I just got to go use the restroom real quick.
Yep, y'all heard the deals. Make sure to get those hashtag Raiders questions in. We can talk about those when Mitch comes back, or I can answer some right now. If y'all want a sneak peek at what we are going to talk about in our 2 segments later on, we got minicamp news that we already hit today. 3 QB pricers already hit today. We got more Raiders rumors that you need to know about as well. Do the Raiders have the next Kyle Hamilton in second-round draft pick, trading Stukes? Raiders coaches are already comparing him to Hamilton, who is undoubtedly the best safety in the NFL. So if the Raiders got a steal like that in the second round of this year's draft, you got to feel pretty good. So we will compare Stukes and Hamilton, and then we will talk about if it is a good comparison or not. Sherlock Lopez, is Terry Black's barbecue awesome? I've actually never been. I have not gotten barbecue in the state of Texas. I know that sounds really weird, but when I was younger, we never really went out for barbecue, so never just like, oh, let me go to the barbecue restaurant. That's my take. Mr. Shoe Guy, Lopez, you think the Spurs taking another win in New York? I think they are. I think the Spurs, Spurs Thunder, they're going to go back to, or not Spurs Thunder, Spurs Knicks is going to go back to San Antonio, tied 2-2. And then I think the Spurs are actually going to win and go up 3-2. And then everyone's going to be like, oh, the Spurs are going to win it all. Wrong. Knicks win Game 6. Game 7, I don't know who's going to win that one, but I think we will be in for cinema for the rest of the series. I think if the Knicks would have won last night, obviously everybody would have been like, series over. I would have been on that too. But the Spurs, they showed something last night. I know a lot of people are mad at the refs. I think the Spurs' game plan was to be physical, try and get under the Knicks' skin. It worked a little bit. They didn't get all the reactions I think they were looking for. But I think that the referees are going to be watching a little bit harder next game. The Knicks might try and get their lick back a little bit. So I think next game, tension is starting to rise. The remaining games in this series are going to be very fun watches. And if you want to have even more fun watching, you can always go make a lineup at Prize Picks. When you use our code HMA, you can play $50 or $5 and get $50 instantly. Again, after you play your first $50 lineup. You, not the biggest basketball fan, guess what? They got baseball. They got esports. They got WNBA. You name the sport, I guarantee you that you can find it on Prize Picks, and you can make the perfect lineup that fits you. Like I know tonight, I got a five-player projection for some baseball games and some WNBA action. So if you have a sport that you like to watch, I guarantee that you can find it on Prize Picks and make a lineup and have a great time watching it.
Bayou, when does the LSU channel go live? I don't know when that goes live. Again, we're like this time of the off season, we're still working through a few different things, but I do think that there will be a channel. It's It's not going to happen overnight, but there are conversations by you. Yeah. There are conversations that are happening. But in terms of like anything soon, I would say if I had to guess, the earliest that an LSU channel would get launched, if one got launched, would be like in the next, I don't know, 2 months.
What month are we in right now?
It's June, so maybe like August.
So it'd be like right before the season starts.
If I had to guess, because the channel would be really for watch parties. So and then you get about a month to get ramped up. We'll see. I truly do not know.
Yeah, Bayou, I'm just here. I ain't gonna lie. You're talking to the wrong guy right now.
It's something that, like I said, Bayou, I promise you there's conversations that are going on. We're still trying to grow as a company. We just got to be able to find we need bodies, you know. We need bodies to be able to do it. We're working on it. Preston, what's going on, man? Hey, Mitch, I got a Raiders Suicide Awareness mini helmet signed by Brock Bowers that I'd like to donate the proceeds to Save a Warrior, maybe have it in a duck race for the winner. I mean, I'll say this, Preston. I think this would be a really cool, and I'm unbelievably humbled that you would even come up with this idea. So I would say, Preston, if you want to be able to do this, and again, and if anybody out there ever wants to be able to try to do something like this, the way that I would probably do something, I would say, one, send it to me, because I don't want to like do a foundation unless I have it in my hand. Not to say that I don't trust you, but you know, to me, if I'm gonna try to raise money for something, I would like to be able to have that in my hand. So I think it'd be a really cool thing to do, man. I really, really do. So Preston, I don't know. I'm pretty sure you have Venmo. If you could, Preston, send me a $1 Venmo, and then that way I could send you basically our shipping address here at Chat Sports. I think that would be really flippin' sick. Thank you, dude. That's unbelievably humbling. So I think it's a really cool idea. We can donate the money to Save a Warrior, and if you guys don't know, go to saveawarrior.org/donate. Tell them Father Tom sent you. Shout out to L.A. Crash Dog. We are 2 likes away from being able to get to 300 likes. And can I get some PRs down below for Preston Rodriguez? Again, dude, like if you're new to this show, and I get it, it's the off season, you're going to see shit that happens every single day, every single week that just proves that we're just so much more than a YouTube channel. We've been able to build such a cool community, and that's amazing that, one, you would even think about doing it. 2, to come up with the idea. Shout out to you, dude. Like, real talk. That's really cool. Yeah, I'm just always blown away by what you guys do. And I see Yoda Jenkins, Brian Baca, John Alcamari. Shout out to Wolfie, CJ Raider, who banged earlier on today's program. I got Wolfie 307, Luda Sigla. What up, Kirk Mal, Wolverine? All showing up and showing out for Preston Rodriguez. Awesome, awesome idea, dude. Steven, Vic, Luda Sigla, all here in the building. So the next 2 segments that I have for you guys today, one is going to be around some Raiders rumors, and we are going to talk about Aidan O'Connell a little bit more. We're going to talk about Fernando Mendoza a little bit more. We're going to talk about also Nakobe Dean a little bit more. I just think it's important to talk about. And then, I don't know if y'all remember, I did a show last week where I was like, here are like the top 10 things that basically a lot of these coaches were talking about. And Matt Robinson compared Traden Stukes, who the Raiders selected in the 2nd round, 38 overall, safety from Arizona. He compared him to Kyle Hamilton. And I just don't think people realize how big of a comparison that is. You know, I would say, like, to me, he's no doubt the best safety in the NFL. Like, I don't even think it's a discussion. I really, really, truly do not. I think he is without a doubt the best safety in the NFL, and he's probably one of the most important players on defense in the NFL that doesn't play on the defensive line. That's not like an edge, a defensive tackle. I'll always take those guys. But the way Hamilton plays, he's really kind of changing the secondary, and he is, man. He's totally changing the way that guys are playing defenses with these 3 high safeties. It's fun. It's interesting. But I did an entire show trying to compare Traden Stukes to Kyle Hamilton. I almost feel like it's kind of like Mythbusters a little bit. There's stuff that I agree with. There's stuff that I don't agree with. And that's what's going to be fun to be able to break it down. If you want to get in our duck race, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. So appreciate all y'all. What we're going to do here is right now as it stands, $20 Venmo, shot to win $60 as it stands right now here in this duck race. While we wait to get some questions in, because I don't see any hashtag Raiders or any super chats that came in, I'm just going to go into our very first segment that's going to be here on the Raiders Report. So we'll get into that first segment. We'll kind of just break it all down again. It's some Raiders rumors. There's been a lot of positive talk around Aidan O'Connell. There's been a lot of positive talk around Fernando Mendoza, and there has been some positive talk around Nakobe Dean. So that's going to be really the top 3 players that I'm going to be focusing on. And then after that, I will get into my Traden Stukes, Kyle Hamilton segment that I have. It should also be noted that I already got texted, Mitch, are you going to be live this Thursday for Clint Kubiak's presser? I do not know. And I only say that because I am technically off that day. I have a flight that day, and obviously I'm not going to miss my flight to go home for my buddy's wedding. But I might be able to pull up here for a quick live presser, and then I'd have to go. If I don't have the ability to go live for the presser, then you guys will probably just get like a little video from me right before I head to the airport. Just so you know, I always feel bad when I feel like I miss stuff. I feel bad when I feel like I let the nation down, but also in the same time, I gotta be able to take a flight to go see some family. Hope you guys understand. Hopefully you understand. So, all right, let's get into this segment here. It's going to be around some Raiders rumors, though I did just see 2 super chats come in, so I'll get to those supers, and then we'll get into our segment here. What up, Gunny? I'm up. What did I miss? You missed Mike McCoy, Fernando Mendoza, Aidan O'Connell, Kirk Cousins pressers. I encourage you to go back and watch them, Gunny. Some Raiders practice notes today. I would say the big ones, JPJ stretched, though he didn't participate during individual team drills. No Nakobe Dean. Jeremy Chin practiced today. No Jermod McCoy. Raiders players had their shields on the helmets again. I've heard Traden Stukes had a good day at practice. Laube had a good day at practice. Mendoza had a good day at practice. Shedrick Jackson had a good day at practice. Zeke Massis, Darian Porter got some work with the ones. I think that kind of covers everything from practice today. Preston Rodriguez, what's going on, Preston? And yes, if you guys don't know, saveawarrior.org/donate. I don't have Venmo, only PayPal and Zelle. And of course, I'll send it to you. My problem is I'm just trying to I'm trying to be able to send you a shipping address. So, Preston, if you feel comfortable, I don't know, putting your email down below, something like that.
What if you put your chat sports email, and then you can email that? I know we've done that on Saints before.
I don't want my email out.
Okay.
Do you want to put your email?
I can. I don't use my chat sports email for anything. I'm not going to lie.
I just don't want to put my email out there. Though I think Reed's about to send me something. Do you have social media, Preston? Send me a DM at Mitchell Renz 365, or put in a super chat your @ name on Twitter or IG so I can DM you. I'm trying to figure out a way to get in contact with you. That's all. I'm just trying to find a way to get in contact with you. Though. Okay. Sounds good. All right, I would say let's just rip this. Reed's going to push that out, and then we'll get to that.
Okay.
DM you on your Instagram from Wolfie. Hey, man, I'm just trying to figure it out. In the meantime, while we are waiting, While we are waiting, let's get into some Raiders rumors that I don't think fans are going to want to miss. You ready? What do you say? I got you. Can't walk. That's an interesting question. Might have to bring that one up after this segment. Might have to. It kind of reminds me of that new game all y'all been playing, the 20-0. Have you been playing that? These guys been playing it out here. Yeah? I want to do like a live show one day where we play it. I think it'd actually be fun.
There's a college football one as well. And there's also a fantasy football version.
Interesting.
Yes.
I wanna play that sometime. It'd actually be interesting to do all the team. I think you could also do it with just one team.
I haven't seen one that's just one team.
No? Okay, maybe I didn't see that.
Maybe
right
you
there.
have. I just haven't come across it.
Interesting. We'll play that game sometime. All right, y'all. Let's get into some Raiders rumors that you don't want to miss coming up here right now on the Raiders Report. Coming up today here on the Raiders Report, I got some rumors that you don't want to miss. And today's show is presented by our good friends over at Prize Picks. So I got 3 different rumors that I want to be able to hit on. We're going to talk a lot about Aidan O'Connell to start, and then I'll get into the 2 other stories here in just a little bit. But Aidan O'Connell is clearly impressing Clint Kubiak. He's clearly impressing Kirk Cousins. He's clearly impressing Mike McCoy. He's clearly impressing the 2026 Las Vegas Raiders, and I do think that it deserves to be talked about because I know a lot of times people are looking at Aidan O'Connell as being the number 3 quarterback on this roster. Though, during OTAs and during minicamp, he's been getting a lot of work with the quarterback too. But what I think is important about this is what the role is for Aidan on this roster, whether that's being the best version quarterback for the silver and black he could possibly be, or I wonder when you hear some of the things that were said during Tuesday's presser and hearing some of the things that Clint Kubiak and this coaching staff has said in the past, are they potentially trying to set up a, trade market for Aidan O'Connell? Because if you move on from Aidan, you do save $3.7 million in a trade. But this is what Kubiak had to say recently. I would not count Aidan O'Connell out. Aidan's had a phenomenal offseason. He's a professional. He's pushing Kurt. He's pushing Fernando. That is what Clint Kubiak had to say during the Raiders media show, which happened on June 8th. And over the past 48 hours, if you were to talk to a Raiders fan about what they think Aidan O'Connell is and what he kind of represents for this team, I bet you that their thought in his stock is much higher after hearing the comments that players and coaches have said compared to probably what you thought just a week ago. And I know that his job is to push Kirk Cousins, and his job is to push Fernando Mendoza and get the best version out of those 2 guys as humanly possible. But AOC made it very clear during his presser that he wants to have a shot to be a starter in the NFL. And, people have laughed at me when I said I would actually consider the Raiders giving Aidan O'Connell a contract extension because I think he's a perfect backup for a quarterback like Fernando Mendoza, and I do think AOC is a good quarterback. Do I think he's a starter? No, I do not. But I think having a viable backup is an important job to be able to have in the NFL, and also having a backup that has had 4 different head coaches, 6 different offensive coordinators, knows a lot of different offenses, and in that time has actually had a decent career. And again, I say decent career because if you would have told me that Aidan O'Connell, the 4th-round rookie out of Purdue, would have 17 starts, 21 games of experience his first few years in the league, I don't know if I would have believed you. And oftentimes, wins and losses are really what's looked at for a QB. From watching the Raiders over the past few years, the quarterback that has given me the sense that we have the best shot of winning a game, honestly, probably is Aidan O'Connell. But, I just love how the Raiders are using this offseason and are using their quarterbacks because Aidan said that he wants the best quarterback to start and that all tides rise. What is it? It's all tides rise all boats or something like that. It's essentially like when all the quarterbacks are playing well, you're going to make that entire quarterback room better. By Aidan playing better, makes Mendoza better, makes Kirk Cousins play better. And when hearing what Kubiak has said in the past and hearing what all these coaches are saying now, I do really wonder, is this quarterback battle a lot more interesting? And is it more of a 3-quarterback battle instead of just a 2-quarterback battle between Kirk Cousins and Fernando Mendoza? Because for Kubiak to say this on the Raiders quarterback battle, that it's going to reveal itself, especially in training camp, but it's going to reveal itself here in the next OTAs, minicamp practices. Let the players figure that out for us with their tape. That's what Kubiak had to say a few weeks ago. I believe the exact date was on May 20th. And then you hear Mike McCoy say this, that the Raiders assistant head coach, Mike McCoy, said that the Raiders have a, quote, detailed plan. Thank you, for the love of God, for coming up with a detailed plan. And you know what? I can tell that it's a detailed plan. I bet you can tell that it's a detailed plan, because every time I hear a Raiders coach player talk this year compared to last year, you can just tell that there's an actual plan that is in place. And it says that it's going to play itself out over time. I love the way that the Raiders are handling Aidan O'Connell. I love the way that they're handling this quarterback room. And you're damn right that I think Raider fans should be really excited to see all the good conversation around AOC. Let's go to the second story here presented by Prize Picks. Actually, we're going to go to Prize Picks, and then I'm going to tell you the second Raiders rumor that a lot of y'all need to see and hear on this show. But before we do, we got basketball finals. We got hockey finals. And if you plan on watching either of those games, get a lineup in over at Prize Picks. Use code HMA to get $50 instantly in lineups after you play your first $5 lineup on Prize Picks. And I actually took the Spurs to win Game 3, and I was able to turn $4 into $10. Is it a lot of money? No, but Team Picks is now available on Prize Picks, where you can pick winners, spreads, and you can pick totals. And if anybody plans on watching more of the finals games, whether it's hockey, whether it's basketball, I do encourage you to get a lineup in. And if anybody was like, all right, well, Mitch, this is the Raiders report. If anybody wants to see a lineup that I have for the Raiders' entire season, you can also do Raiders season-long lineups, which I do like to do. Like, I will make some different season-long lineups. I know I actually already have a season-long football lineup. I have a season-long Raiders lineup. And if anybody wants to see any of my season-long lineups, you can actually go check them out. In fact, my football season-long lineup, I've actually never put up here on screen. It's too big, giggity, to be able to show you guys on this show. So if you want to see one of my lineups that it's like 25 to win over $1,000, you can give me a follow on Prize Picks. I'm at Mitchell Renz 365. So I know I talk about Prize Picks every single day. I use Prize Picks every single day. And if you're trying to play Prize Picks with me, you can get $50 after you play your first $5 lineup. Just use code HMA. That link is going to be in the very first paragraph down below. You can go click on that link, go get started, pick more, pick less. It's really that simple. But on Prize Picks, it feels good to be right. Let's keep it moving here. Mendoza is happy with his progress. And that's a big part of it, because I think Fernando is the type of person and type of quarterback that would tell you the way that he feels. And, you know, hearing Mendoza talk to the media on Tuesday, hearing Mendoza talk at the Raiders media day on Monday, I feel really good about where Fernando is at, but I also feel really good about the Raiders quarterback plan. And you're probably going to keep hearing me say it over and over again, because anybody that watches the show from earlier this offseason, last year, 2024, 2023, 2022, every offseason I go, I want the Raiders to come up with a plan. And Mendoza said that he's really happy with the progress that he's made so far. He's been learning the Raiders offense, hell, even before the NFL draft. He was at the Raiders facility April 7th during his top 30 visit. He was learning with Brian Griese well before that. But for Fernando Mendoza to confidently tell us back-to-back days that he's really happy with the progress that he's made and he feels like he's getting better and better, you're damn right that I'm pretty happy about that. So if you did not see what Mendoza had to say during his self-evaluation on the 8th, here's what he said. Feel good, learning and growing every single day, adjusting to the NFL. It's definitely an adjustment. There's been a lot of great moments, and there's been a lot of growing pains. So I think being a part of that, being able to practice with those guys, such a high-intensity practice, whether you're with the 1s, the 2s, or the 3s, everyone's always going full throttle. Coach Kubiak has set a great culture. Being able to learn from those veteran guys has been essential in my development so far. However, I've been growing, I've been learning, and I've been really happy with the progress that I have made. So that's what Fernando Mendoza had to say on June 8th when he was talking to the Raiders media when they were live. Then on his actual day when he was during his presser, he kind of reiterated a lot of the same things. But our assistant head coach, Mike McCoy, who's seen 27-plus years of NFL, has been around many, many different styles of quarterbacks, said, I think Fernando has done a phenomenal job playing under center and has got a ton of work doing it since we got here. So, one of the biggest things that I think a lot of us fans were wondering is Fernando going to be able to run a professional offense? Is he going to be able to get under center? And all I want to hear is that he's getting better. He's asking a lot of questions. And I am a big believer that this coaching staff has been transparent. You can't tell me that it hasn't been. And if you tell me that this Raiders coaching staff hasn't been transparent this offseason, I don't think that you've actually been doing a good job of paying attention to the staff. And some people might roll their eyes at that statement, but I don't think transparency has always been something that we've been given. So when you get it, I think that it should be noted, that it should be appreciated. And I'm appreciating a lot of the tidbits that we're getting from AOC, from Fernando Mendoza, from Mike McCoy, and this entire coaching staff. The final Raider rumor that I do think is important for fans to see is going to be around Nakobe Dean. And I know that Nakobe Dean was not at Raiders practice, and I fully get it. And I understand that there's going to be a lot of people that are going to be wondering, that are going to be, just trying to figure out what's happening with Nakobe Dean. I'll talk about this in just a second, but I always want to give a shout out to the Noti gang. These are people that I know for a fact are subscribed. I saw Roy Moreno's comments today on a video, said, Noti gang, good morning, y'all. And that might not seem like a big deal to some people out there, but the amount of people that every time a video is dropped on this channel that say hello to each other, that say good morning, that try to be first to comment on a video, we're building an amazing community here. And if you want to be a part of the Raiders Report community, I hope that you subscribe. I hope you turn on the notifications. And if you aren't subscribed to this channel, when I drop a video, wait 10 to 15 minutes, look at all the comments down below. If that's a community that you don't want to be a part of, I personally don't know if you're even a Raiders fan, because I love the community that we're building here. The final story, is Nakobe Dean hurt? I am wondering if Nadine is hurt. I think a lot of Raiders fans are starting to wonder, and don't get me wrong. I said it when I was live. I am live right now. I said it earlier when we were breaking down Raiders minicamp news. I understand that Kubiak is not worried, and I understand Mike McCoy's not worried. And I get everybody is telling me, hey, don't be worried, don't be worried, don't be worried. But then there's also that same point of, well, tell me what's going on. And that's really what I want to know. I want to know what exactly is going on with Nakobe Dean, because if you don't tell me anything, that kind of makes me a little bit more nervous about it. And I just, if they were to be like, yeah, he's battling with a minor injury, gonna be fine for training camp. Love it. Tell me. That's what I want to know. But for him to not be at mandatory practice on June 9th, he was in the building, so that's a good sign. He was at Raiders Media Day taking pictures, looking happy. He even shared a photo of himself doing it on his Instagram, which tells me that he's buying in. But if you're not practicing at OTAs and you're not practicing at mandatory minicamp, and if Nakobe Dean and Jermod McCoy is also injury-related, I shouldn't say also. It's not reported whether or not it's injury-related. It's my guess at this point. Because for all the coaches, for everybody to say that they love the participation that this team's been getting, for Kubiak to give out the shield thinking that this team has earned the shield, it's the buy-in. So I am going to guess that Nakobe Dean is injured. That's my best guess right now. So my question to all of y'all is, what do you think is going on with Nakobe Dean? And when I say injured, I think that there's a difference between being hurt and being injured. And in the middle of June, there's no reason to rush it. There's no reason to force it. There's no reason to, push the envelope, especially with a player that has had some lingering soft tissue injuries over the past few seasons. A guy that played in only 10 games last season and is extremely important for the center of our defense to be able to go out and pair it up with a guy like Quay Walker. But, again, more and more and more, I'm hearing there's no reason to be concerned. Ryan McFadden reported that Mike McCoy said there's no concern amongst the team about linebacker Nakobe Dean's absence from practice today. McCoy added that Dean is in the building. Quote, the key thing is to have everybody as fresh as possible ready to go for the opener. That quote right there, I think, is Mike McCoy telling us to be everybody as fresh as possible ready for the opener. That quote tells me that I think Dean might be dealing with something. Again, I'm guessing. I've been reaching out to people. I almost want to give this new Raider staff a little bit of a tip of the cap because every time there's a new regime, I got to find new people that I can trust, that I can talk to. And I do really want to tip my cap again to Sam, to McFadden, to a lot of those guys that are in the building. I think they've done a good job reporting on what's been happening. But this new Raiders coaching staff, I'm not going to lie to you, it's been a little bit more difficult for me to get information. And I'm never going to lie to y'all. Am I an insider? No. Do I get information from time to time? Of course I do. The show has been able to prove that. But really, really good job here by some of these beat reporters to get some of these extra scoops that really we haven't been able to get, I would say, in some years past. Before I wrap up this program, if you don't know, if you're trying to get your hands on some Raiders Report merch, I hope that you know if you go to chatsports.com/RR shop, you're going to be able to get your hands on it. I have my Wear Kubiak shirt on right now. I see fans all the time rocking gear, and if you do own some Raiders Report merch, whether it's a hat, whether it's a coffee mug, whether it's a sweatshirt or a T-shirt, I would love for you to tag me on Instagram at MitchellRents365, you repping it, because then in the off season, what I could do is I can actually show those pictures up here and be like, hey, I got LA Crash Dog. Hey, Raider Jaime. Hey, Eddie Engel. Hey, Pondering Pete 763. These are the guys that ended up buying and getting a lot of our merch here. So before I get out of here, the Raiders rumors that I think are important to really hit on for this show is Aidan O'Connell is impressing Kubiak, Mike McCoy, this entire coaching staff, and I do actually think that fans got to start paying attention to Aidan just in terms of either A, potential trade rumors out there, B, this actually being a three-way quarterback battle, and then the other element of he's really good quarterback to have to get the best version out of Kirk, to get the best out of Mendoza. Mendoza continues to progress properly. That's really what we have to hear from and kind of have to hope for. Fernando himself at his presser kind of say, like, very much talked future, that he's trying to get the best every day now, but really for it to be future. And I think he understands what the plan is. And based on what Mike McCoy had to say and just based on everything that has been talked about, I'm going to guess that Nakobe Dean is dealing with some sort of minor injury. And if we get any more information on it, I will do my best to keep you guys up to date right here on the Raiders Report. All right, y'all, while we are getting this show going, I went live a little bit earlier than what I typically do on Tuesday. Obviously, Mike McCoy, the three quarterbacks, they ended up talking today during the presser, and then I went through some Raiders minicamp news. While I got to do something real quick, so Lopez, if you could just pop on, give some shout-outs. Who do you guys got tonight in the game? It's the Golden Knights up against the Carolina Hurricanes. It's so technically the Golden Knights abbreviation, I believe, is VGK. I believe that's what it is. VGK is the Knights. For the Hurricane, I guess it's Carolina. Okay.
I don't hockey well. I just kind of assumed they'd go by LV.
Yeah, it's VGK. Vegas Golden Knights. VGK. Let me know who you got. I got to tweet something out. It's the video that we just filmed. Hang on.
Who you got tonight?
Who do you got tonight?
See, I might have to do a 2 TV setup tonight.
Why is that?
Love Island on the big TV.
Love Island guy.
Hockey on the small TV. It's starting to get fun in Love Island. They voted a guy off the other day.
Tell me why somebody should watch that show.
It is so bad that it is good. If you just want a sit-down show where you can just let your brain turn off, watch these people they're not real people. You can't convince me that they are real people. They're just attractive people, and they have nothing else to them. There is no personality. There's no brain in 90% of them. It's hilarious. I find it hilarious. Dark Side Nation. Yes, Love Island. The Love Island. Love Island USA. I can't watch all the other countries. The accents, I can't understand them all the time.
See, Alex the other day was watching. So I was watching the Knicks game, and I come downstairs to just grab like a quick drink, and she's watching the show, and she's like, "Oh, do you want to watch this season with me?" And I was just like, I don't know, like I can't seem to get in it, and the only thing that I'll say is like when I watch it, it just frustrates me, like you said, and I do a lot of stupid shit on this show. Don't get me wrong, I do a lot of really dumb stuff on this show, but I also feel like I don't want to say like I've earned the right to do it, but I think people watch us do it now because of the years of us doing it.
Mhm.
Where when you watch just dumb stuff right from the jump, and you don't know like the people, like you don't know like their personalities, I don't know, man. I also think how can I put this nicely? I think it just teaches like our young generation. Like there's people that act like that. Like there's people that do shit like that. Like hearing the way some people talk around here, just blows my mind.
Oh my God, they'll bring in the most attractive people, and it'll be a guy or a woman. You're like, oh, that is a good-looking person, and then they have a conversation, and you're like, holy fuck, how did you get this far in life?
And I get it. Like it's at the end of the day, everything's an entertainment for show, and they're trying to get names, they're trying to get eyeballs. But like so yesterday, for example, I walked downstairs. The first thing that's on the screen is, again, I watched for 5 minutes as I'm getting my stuff together. There's like different doors. Okay?
Ooh, was this the first episode?
I don't know. I have no idea. It could have been. I have no idea. But there's different doors. And these people would walk up to the door, and if they opened the door, and if somebody was behind the door, you got to make out with them. And that's basically what they did for the entirety of the show that I watched. And I don't know, man. It was just so much. It was cringeness.
I can put a little bit of like aspect, or not aspect, but like reference to that. The door, there was 3 doors, and it was like a compatibility test because it was the first episode. So it would be like, oh, are you a dog person, a cat person, plant person? If you were behind the same door, you'd make out with them, see how the chemistry was. If no one was behind the door, damn, you're just standing there. And I remember they had dog, cat, plant person. The one that I just wouldn't be able to answer on public television is, what was your favorite sex position? They had 3 doors for that.
See, like I'd be like, if you're on a show like that, you got to be able to answer that question.
No, you have to be able to do it. That's why I can't be on the show.
Yeah, I mean, that would have been a show that I would have loved to do probably when I was 24, 25 years old, genuinely. Like,
I think we're getting too old for it. Like, the people that they are bringing on are, like, freshly out of college.
Yeah.
Like, all the women are 22 to 24. The guys are about the same thing. They had, like, one guy that was 29, 30, and
dude,
they didn't like him. He also had a kid, but that was a whole nother story.
Yeah, I don't know. To me, it's really, really bad television. Like, but people watch it, and that's the thing. Like, Alex loves, I'll call it garbage TV, and there's things that I do to take my mind away to be able to turn it off. But I don't know. I'm probably not gonna watch it. Sorry, I don't even know how we got on this Love Island tangent. But does anybody here watch Love Island? Give me a Y for yes, N for no.
Dude, you got to see the girl with one leg. There's a para-Olympian on this season, and she has one leg. That's it. She was on the U.S. track team.
That's it.
Well, the biggest thing that I was wondering when the season started, I was like, can the fake leg get wet? Because they got the pool in the villa and all that. So I'm like, can she go in the pool? She goes in the pool.
I feel like that's the least of the worries.
No. You see the fake leg and you're like, can that thing get wet? It has been in the pool.
Can that thing get wet? In that context on Love Island, yikes, yikes, yikes. All right, y'all. I got one more segment that I got to get to here on the show. And if you're just tuning in, if you don't know, we went live earlier today. The Raiders, they had a press conference. And then also some minicamp stuff we were just breaking down. I did put out a video. It's what I'm doing right now. I'm just a horrific multitasker.
After you do that, I'm going to need you to hold it down for like 2 minutes because I got to piss.
Okay, sounds good. The news.
Okay, so all the people that are saying, hell no, I don't watch Love Island, who do you have in the hockey game tonight? We can go back to sports. It's fine. God forbid me be multi-dimensional.
I also do not watch Love Island. I did watch the previous season. I watched that a little bit because it was such a big talking point. Like, there's people down here, like, they do watch parties for it.
I think it popped off my senior year.
They do watch
college.
parties for it.
That's when it, like, started popping off. That's when I started watching it because, like, some of, like, the girls that we were hanging out with, they were like, oh, this is so stupid. So we were like, oh, let's watch it.
Dallas.
And then, like, all the guys were like, oh, fuck, this is amazing.
Dallas is actually, like, one of the top main cities. Like, I will bet money right now that Dallas, Texas is the most featured city out of all the dating shows. You add up all the dating shows together, Dallas, Texas is represented the most. And I
believe that.
And I know the reason why. So the people who started Match.com based down here. A lot of the people that do a lot of the searching for the talent agencies for these shows are based down here. True story, swear to God, on my grandfather's grave. Alex and I have been asked to do a show. Alex and I got asked to do a show. It was the one where basically, like, you have to you have to trust your significant other, where it's like the girls are like with like 15 dudes and the guys are with like 15 women, and they just like show you clips from like the other, and you're supposed to like be able to. It's like Alex and I are still in. It would be like Alex and I are still in a relationship, but other girls are going to try to hit on me to see if I'm happy in my relationship. I forget what it's called.
Yeah.
It's Temptation Island. That's what it's called.
I've heard of that one.
So we got asked to do that like 2 years ago, and obviously we didn't do it. Alex has actually been asked the Squid Game reality TV show. She was selected to do that, but we couldn't do it because she couldn't do it because we had an issue with the scheduling of it. That's a true statement.
Did she apply for these, or did they just reach out to her?
Reach out. So I used to be an ad for Match.com. I don't know if how many of y'all know that, but I used to be an ad for Match.com probably about 10 years ago. Through that, I got asked to do, there was a season of The Bachelorette, and I applied. I made it to like the final 50. It was the one where she ended up dating this guy named Dale, and like they ended it super, super quick that year. That was a year for me. But they have a lot of people that do a lot of that scouting down here in this Dallas area. Like Alex, she knows somebody in the show from like The Farmers. The person Alex works out with was in the Bachelorette series. Like we have like 4 or 5 different people that I know personally that have been on these shows.
So if Lopez is gone for like 6 weeks, tune into Love Island. He might be entering the villa soon.
Turn in. Turn in, turn up, man. Turn in, turn up, just like my guy, C.J. Raider! Bang! We got a new MVP on today's show. Craig Nelson Jr. Big props to Preston for the selfless jester. That's the definition of family. This bang is for you. You know what, Craig? I'm gonna put Craig. Obviously, I'm gonna put you down for a bang. You banged, so it would be wrong for me not to do it. But I'm also gonna put one in for Preston as well. Shout out to Preston. For those of you that don't know, Preston Rodriguez said that he would donate a Brock Bowers, I want to get it right. I have a Raiders Suicide Awareness mini helmet signed by Brock Bowers that I'd like to be able to donate, and the proceeds can go to Save a Warrior. Shout out to Preston Rodriguez for doing that, man, and shout out to Craig Nelson Jr. for having his back and showing up and showing out for each other. I think truly, truly unbelievable, man. Truly, truly. Some of y'all, Sherlock just messaged me like, I don't think you follow me on Instagram. Sherlock, you're right. I don't, but now I do. I got you, Sherlock. Again, to me, I typically hold off on the whole following thing. I usually got to meet you in person. Or, obviously, if you do some crazy wild shit like you guys do on this show. So
Mitch didn't follow me till a couple weeks ago, guys. We were live when that happened.
Well, also to my defense, I don't know. I don't look at notifications often. I really don't. I get a lot of notifications, and if the new guys don't follow me, and if I don't, like, I guess I just don't see it. I don't know. Like, if I don't see it, I don't see it. I don't know. It's nothing against you. It's nothing. It's nothing. All right. Final chance. Actually, that's a lie. We still got one more segment to do.
I can put the QR code up.
I'm just trying to see where we're at in this duck race. So the duck race, the last time that I checked, was 20 to win, and we're still there. So it's 20 to win, $60 as it stands right now. We do only have 6 people in the duck race today. So if you want to get in, $20 Venmo at Mitchell Renz 365. Lopez just had to step out. He had to go use the restroom real quick. Once he gets back, I want to get into this segment, kind of where I'm connecting Traden Stukes and Kyle Hamilton. If you didn't see, our Raiders safety coach, Matt Robinson, compared the two. And obviously the moment that I saw that, I was like, man, I got to do a show on this. And I even said that I might do a show on it. Last week, I was like, hey, if we get 1,000 likes on this video, I'll end up doing it. Which, selfishly, like, I don't even remember if the video got 1,000 likes on it or not. I just wrote down that this is a video that I wanted to do. Which, it's funny, like, there are some times, like, when I say sometimes, truly, like, 80, 90% of the time, if I say, like, hey, 1,000 likes and I'll do the video, if it doesn't get it, I won't do it. But I'm looking right here. This video we did get to 1,000, so I got to do the video. I mean, it's obviously done already, but do you guys think Kyle Hamilton's the best safety in football? If you don't know who Kyle Hamilton is, safety for the Baltimore Ravens. And, again, hearing that comparison, I just don't think people realize how big of a comparison that is, right? Like, if you were to hear, oh, this guy, we want him to play a similar role to a Myles Garrett. Like, and again, I'm not saying Kyle Hamilton's Myles Garrett, but Myles Garrett's the best defensive player in the NFL. I would say confidently Kyle Hamilton's the best safety in the NFL. Like, there's not too often where debates aren't had in sports, right? Like, who's the best wide receiver in the NFL? You're going to get Justin Jeffersons. You're going to get some Jamar Chases. You might get a Puka Nacua sprinkled in there a little bit. Maybe a Jackson Smith and Jigba. Best running back in the NFL. You're going to get different answers. The best tight end in the NFL. I would say it's Brock Bowers, but you're going to get a Trey McBride or two. I really, really think if you were to ask most people around the league who's the best safety in football, I think without a doubt people say Kyle Hamilton. Do you think out of all the positions in the NFL, quarterback, running back, all of them, right? Tight end, whatever. Do you think safety with Kyle Hamilton is a position where if you ask 100 football fans, 100 football fans say Kyle Hamilton's the best safety in football?
Oh, 100%.
Do you think that there's another position in the NFL that is that much so, like, that big tier gap from one to everybody else? Like, I don't know. Like, at corner, there's a lot of really good corners, but, like, I would say more people would say Kyle Hamilton's the number one safety than maybe, like, a Pat Surtain.
Yeah.
Like, to me, like, maybe defensive end with Myles Garrett would be, like, the only other player that I think if you ask most people.
But then people would say Micah Parsons, healthy. Max Crosby, I feel like that gap would be closer than who would you say is number 2 under Kyle Hamilton? Because I think the only person that may be able to close that gap in the near future is Caleb Downs. And we're projecting. If he turns out to be what everyone's projecting him to be, then won't be as much of a gap. Maybe Downs takes him over. We don't know.
I think Brian Branch is a hell of a safety, but he's not in that conversation.
He's not Kyle Hamilton.
Kevin Byard, had some really, really good years, but again, I mean, to me, you can't look at stats, and that's the thing. Like Kyle, he just does so many different things on a football field. Like he
is the quarterback. He is the head of that Ravens defense. Like those names that you just had, the Lions, their top defensive guy is Aidan Hutchinson. He is the captain of that team.
Yeah.
Kevin Byard, I don't even know where he's at anymore. I know he's bounced around after his time with the Titans, but that was years ago.
He was just with the Bears. I'm trying to think where he's at now. Byard is with the Patriots now. I mean, Byard had a hell of a year last year again, but to me, if I'm going to run with a team and I get to pick my safety, I'm picking Kyle Hamilton, and I don't even think twice about it.
Oh, he's probably that's the easiest pick. That's the first pick.
What do you mean?
He is I don't have to think about.
Oh, okay.
What am I going to do at safety? No, give me Kyle Hamilton. That's easy. Pencil that one in already.
Peter Bowen, you in for the duck race, Peter Bowen.
Oh, we had a bad miss. Derwin James is definitely probably number 2. But still, there's a gap.
Derwin James is up there.
Yeah, there's a gap.
Yeah, you're right. That's a bad miss on our part.
That's on us. But there is still a gap between Hamilton and James that I don't know if you find in any other position.
I still think though, Kyle, I still think Kyle Hamilton, without a doubt, is a better safety than Derwin James.
Oh yeah, 100%.
I do. So we're doing a lot of this conversation right now about Hamilton, and the reason why we're doing that is because Raiders safety coach Matt Robinson last week compared Trayden Stukes to Kyle Hamilton. When I saw that comparison, I was like, all right, I want to be able to buy in, so I'm going to do a little bit of I would say a style of Mythbusters here, where I'm going to do some comparisons to Hamilton that I agree with. I'm also going to do some comparisons that I don't necessarily agree with, but the term that I'm going to use is unicorn, because you're hoping that Trayden Stukes can be that unicorn of your defense the way that Hamilton is, where you just use them in just so many different areas that it's almost mythical out there on the field how good he is. And that's kind of what I'm going to be doing on the show today. I'm going to be comparing the two, so just keep that in mind. LA Crash Dog just said, wow, thank you, Preston. That's awesome. I'm trying to send a super chat of my email from Preston. It might not let you, Preston. I mean, if you want to comment your email down below, it might not let you do that. It's just sometimes YouTube doesn't allow certain things because it thinks your spam.
If you comment your email, because I know we've done it before on Saints, comment it really quickly, and then I can write it down, and you can delete it right after if you want. But let me know if you're going to do that so I can look at the chat.
Because then that way I can email you, Preston, and then that way I can just get all the details. That would be cool. That would be really cool. Also, for those of you that are just now tuning in, I saw somebody go, why are you live so early? I went live earlier today after Raiders minicamp practice and for the Raiders presser. So I will say this, we really only have one more segment to do. Then I'm going to run a duck race, and then my plan is to hop on out of here today. I've had honestly a lot of fun hanging out doing these kind of shows. I know that they're a little bit more last second, more sporadic for Lopez and I, but I like doing them because I'd rather go live earlier and listen to pressers, talk to y'all then, instead of just waiting later on in the day just to go live later on then. So I hope that you guys appreciate it, because when we do shows like we did today, it is a lot more demanding, especially on my guys behind the set. So I always tell you, we always do our best to provide the best content possible. None of the Super Chats, none of the Venmos ever go in our pocket. They just go back to, honestly, trying to provide more and more content for Raider Nation. So, Gunny, I completely agree with you, dude. It was super humbling, super awesome that he was willing to do that. And I do. I think it's really cool how you guys show up, man. CJ Raider, this show was incredible. Well, you are the MVP, so pat yourself on the back a little bit.
You contributed. You did your part.
Pat yourself on the back a little bit today.
You did your part, CJ.
Okay, y'all, I want to get into this Kyle Hamilton segment here on the Raiders Report. And then after that, I'll probably tell all of y'all it is final call to get in the duck race at Mitchell Renz 365. Brian Baca, I just got you in, as well as Charles. Charles, I got you. So 20 to win, $90. You're on the Raiders Report. It should also be mentioned that today is my final live show, probably of the week. I have a wedding this weekend that I got to go to, and I got to be able to get a bunch of content done tomorrow, and I got to be able to, I have my flight on Thursday, so I know that the Raiders are going to be having minicamp. I'm going to do my best. I promise, but I unfortunately might not be able to go live tomorrow, and I might not be able to go live on Thursday, but that's just because I'm trying to plan my week and just make sure that you guys are covered, because I am technically off Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday. And you guys are going to get a video every day here, so I got to make sure that I can do those videos earlier in the week, just so you know. You ready?
Yep. Let me pull out my stopwatch.
All right, y'all. So coming up here on the show, we are going to get into Traden Stukes being compared to Kyle Hamilton, because this comparison should not be taken lightly. And it's why I wanted to do this show. Honestly, man, I've been fired up to do this show since the statement has been made. So hopefully you appreciate all the content that we provide here. You ready? You guys ready to go? Coming up, Traden Stukes. The next Kyle Hamilton. Let's talk about it right here on the Raiders Report. Coming up today here on the Raiders Report, presented by Prize Picks. The Raiders might have found the unicorn of the 2026 NFL Draft. The unicorn, the Raiders' second-round pick out of Arizona, safety Traden Stukes. And coming up today on the program, I'm going to tell you why Stukes could be the Las Vegas Raiders unicorn. Now, if you hear the term unicorn, you might not understand it, but when the term unicorn is used in sports, it typically refers to this statement. A unicorn refers to a rare, incredibly gifted athlete whose unique combination of size, skill, and athleticism makes them seem mythical or one of a kind. Because unicorns are non-existent creatures, the term implies that a player's physical and technical abilities should theoretically not exist in the same body. So why is Traden Stukes the Las Vegas Raiders unicorn and potentially the 2026 draft unicorn? The comparison to Kyle Hamilton. The best safety in the National Football League is Baltimore Ravens safety Kyle Hamilton. And if you guys don't know this, Hamilton's mother actually nicknamed him the unicorn, which is why I brought up the unicorn on today's show. And if you didn't hear safeties coach Matt Robinson compare Stukes to Hamilton, he did it back on June 2nd. And this wasn't during live pressers, but a lot of our Raiders beat reporters got to speak to a lot of the coaches. And that was one of the top things that I heard, maybe the top thing that I heard at OTAs. And I've been so excited to be able to make this video because Hamilton is the best safety in the NFL. And when your safety coach, who, by the way, spent 4 years with Kyle Hamilton, makes that type of comparison, that light bulb should go off in your head and go, holy shit. The Raiders have gigantic plans for Traden Stukes. So, I do. I wanted to be able to do a show on it. I wanted to be able to wonder if it's even possible, because for him to say that he believes that absolutely that Stukes could play a similar role to Hamilton in the Raiders secondary, it's got to catch your attention. He said that he's got the size, the speed, and versatility. He said it's all similar to Hamilton, which I will say I'm going to compare here in just a moment. But Hamilton knows how to fill up a stat sheet, and he's been doing it since he came out of Notre Dame. I mean, he was my number one safety coming out of college. He was my number one safety in the NFL, and the reason why that he's regarded as the best safety in the National Football League is because of the production that he's been able to do, almost the defensive identity that he's been able to provide for Baltimore. And really, he's kind of changing the game. A lot of teams are going 3 safety sets because of the versatility and confusion that it can cause offensive coordinators and quarterbacks out there. And I think that that's really the comparison that Robinson is trying to make here with Stooks and the use of him for this defense compared to Hamilton. But, like, you're talking about a player that's a two-time first-team All-Pro, okay? First-team All-Pro, second-team All-Pro, three-time Pro Bowler, and the last 4 years in the NFL, his lowest PFF grade, an 82.3, which was a rookie. He's getting better. He's young. He's 25 years old. But what I really wanted to try to do today is almost put like my Mythbusters cap on a little bit and say, all right, is it a realistic comparison to say that Trayden Stooks has the size, speed, combination that Hamilton does, and is it realistically to hope and expect that he could play a Kyle Hamilton type role? That's what I'm going to be trying to do on this show. But if you believe in the Raiders rookie Trayden Stooks, I hope that you hit that like button, because I could still remember on draft day when it was the selected pick, there was a lot of people that were surprised. But the more and more you hear draft analysts, the more you hear coaches talk about him, it sounds like the Raiders have gigantic plans for the Arizona safety, and hoping that he can turn into a Kyle Hamilton means I'm hoping that he turns in to the unicorn of the 2026 NFL Draft. So let's compare Trayden Stooks and Kyle Hamilton. If Robinson's going to compare their size, I know, I'm going to say it too. I'm going to whip out the ruler. I'm going to compare the size of two grown men. So we got Stooks, who's 24 years old. Kyle Hamilton, who's 25 years old. The height and the weight, I don't necessarily see. The arm length, the hand size, I do personally think that Hamilton is obviously the bigger player. But if you're talking pound for pound, 6 foot 190, that arm length, that hand size, Stooks is a much longer, lankier player than what he actually gets credit for. And personally, I think that that's what they're comparing. The athletic build, the slenderness, that's where you're seeing the comparison to Kyle Hamilton. We got two more comparisons coming up here in just a moment, but there's no way that anybody can compare to America's #1 fantasy sports app out there, and that's Prize Picks. And if you're looking to get $50 instantly in lineups, you need to play your first $5 lineup, and you got to use code HMA. You're going to see, if you're watching this video live, the link available for you down in the live comments. Also, you're going to be able to see it in the description of the show. I actually always put the link in the very first paragraph, so you can click on it, and you can go get your lineups in. Whether you're watching basketball, whether you're watching hockey, whether you're watching college sports right now, the College World Series is actually right around the corner. You can go get a lineup in on that. But pick more, pick less. It's really that simple. Whether you want to pick the Spurs over the Knicks or you want to pick the Vegas Golden Knights over the Carolina Hurricanes, team picks are also now available on Prize Picks. So it's available in all 50 states. I love for you guys to go get different lineups in. And if you're like, Mitch, give me a Raiders lineup. Here's the season-long lineup that I have for the Raiders. It's a 10-to-pay $100 power play, which means all four of these need to end up happening. Though, if you'll look, the Brock Bowers and Ashton Genty now is at 7.5 rushing touchdowns. I think I got it at the right time. So, right now, I think is the perfect time to get started on Prize Picks because of the offseason, because there's a lot of good sports going on. Pick more, pick less. It's really that simple. Use code HMA to get $50 after you play your first $5 lineup over on Prize Picks, where it feels good to be right. So we compared the size of Trayden Stooks and Kyle Hamilton. Now let's compare the speed, because, again, if you're going to make this type of comparison, I'm going to look at as much as the different things that I possibly can look at. So comparing the fact that Stooks is 6 foot, 190 pounds, and Hamilton is 6'4", 220 pounds, the 40-yard dash time very much so in favor of Stooks. The 10-yard split time in favor of Stooks. The vertical jump is the same, and the broad jump is also very similar. So, like, do I see the speed, athletic ability comparison? Yes and no. I would expect Stooks to be able to move quicker and to be able to do more things in the secondary compared to Hamilton, but then also Hamilton can get up and get near the box, I would say probably a lot better than what Trayden Stooks is able to provide. Like, what Stooks can do as a free safety and in the nickel should really be focused on, where Hamilton can just do linebacker, strong safety, box. I mean, he could play just so many different roles in there, which is kind of what I want to look at next here. The versatility comparison, because you got to be able to make this comparison. Yes, the size and speed are important, but like the versatility that Hamilton provides, I actually think is the most important thing to look at in terms of the comparison to Stooks. And I try to do my best to compare snaps here, and I know that it's different. It's college compared to the NFL, and it's same with the PFF grades. But I just want to show you the flexibility, the versatility of both of these players. So last season, Trayden Stooks played 363 snaps out of the nickel cornerback slot position. Kyle Hamilton played 298. In terms of safety snaps, they were only one apart. Hamilton did play much more snaps last season. He played over 1,000, where Stooks played only 600. Now, that's to do with injury. He played in only 10 games. But the PFF coverage grade, the PFF pass rush grade, the PFF run defense grade, all I'm really trying to show you there is that Stooks can cover, he can get after the quarterback when asked to, he can defend the run when asked to, and he does show you a lot of that flexibility and a lot of that versatility that Hamilton has really been able to bring to that Baltimore Ravens defense. And then, let's compare the stats, right? Can we look at the numbers? How do they end up comparing? Because I do think that they are similar, but also very different players. Like, I think Stooks is more of a center fielder than Kyle Hamilton, where Hamilton's more of an all-around safety, where Stooks, to me, I think is a lot better in terms of coverage ability. The tackles, right? Again, 16 games compared to 10. Tackles for loss, I would say Hamilton's better against the run. Stooks, I'm hoping, ends up being better against pass protection. 4 interceptions a season ago, where Hamilton did not have any. I am comparing college, and I am comparing NFL stats. Again, and I understand that we are making this comparison here, but overall, I do want fans to really, truly believe in that Stooks pick, because the more and more homework and the more and more of a deep dive that I do on it, I am just so fired up about the player that the Raiders ultimately got for him, and I do. I love the idea of him being a unicorn for this defense. I love him being able to get used in multitude of different ways for this Rob Leonard defense. So when I started this show off, I said, I wonder if the Raiders got a unicorn. And if you get Kyle Hamilton, you're damn right. That's the unicorn of the 2026 NFL draft. So coming up here, I got 2 more reasons of why Stooks could be that unicorn. And the first reason was that Matt Robinson made the comparison. If Matt Robinson, the Raiders safety coach, is going to make that comparison after spending 4 years in Baltimore with Kyle Hamilton, I think I'm damn right. I'm going to pay attention to it. Also, before we get into some more Stooks here being a unicorn talk, I saw this on a comment on a recent video. It's from Lucas, and he's like, shout out to the Noti gang from Germany. And I I lived in Germany for 1 year. Shout out to Cologne. It was one of the coolest years of my life. I lived there for 1 year. I played for the Cologne Cardinals. But I've really learned to appreciate other cultures. I've really learned to appreciate that the world is a gigantic place, man. And I know we always say Raider Nation, and I always talk about, hey, we spread far and wide. So how about this? To everybody that's watching this show right now, if there was a country that you could travel to, my wife and I, we just celebrated our 1 year anniversary. When we go out to eat, we do. We ask each other these questions all the time. Mainly it's food related, because we're like, where would you want to eat throughout the world? I really want to go to Hawaii. I know it's the U.S., but I also really want to go to Bali. So those are places that I personally would love to travel to. But if there's a country, if there's a city, if there's a place that you've been to, let me know. I love the fact that this show is watched from people all around the world. And if you haven't already noticed that we're from all around the world, then hey, you haven't been watching the Raiders Report for very long. So what's a country, what's a city you'd like to travel to? Please let me know down below. Let's go to keep it moving here on the program of why Trayden Stooks could potentially be this unicorn for us. And I want you to hear the NFL draft analysis from Lance Zierlein. Zierlein, to me, is one of the best guys in the industry at being able to break down talent. But just hearing what Stooks was before the draft, and now hearing how Kubiak, Spytek, Rob Leonard, all of these coaches have kind of talked about Robinson, how they plan on using him. They plan on using him in a multitude of different ways. And hearing how they plan on using him, and then looking at this right up here, you can definitely see the connection. 6-year senior and team captain, who went from walk-on to unquestioned leader of his defense. Stooks combines his infectious passion with hours of preparation that allow him to play fast. He communicates well from zone and works quickly from route to route. He has work to do in man coverage, but possesses an excellent feel for disrupting catch points at optimal angles despite a lack of ideal length. Stooks is an older prospect and has an ACL tear in his background from 2024, but the football has a magnetic pull for him. Coaches will love his football character and versatility as a big nickel back or a split safety. So hearing that write-up from Zerloin, I actually think that that's a very honest and very accurate write-up of what type of player Traden Stooks bring to the table. And I think there's a lot of Raider fans out there that read that and they're probably like, yeah, all right. That's kind of what I expected, what I think about a player like Stooks. And again, the comparison to Hamilton, it's got to be versatile. You got to be able to do a bunch of different things. But not only do those different things, do them at an elite level. And the final statement here that I'm going to make in terms of why the unicorn statement is going to be what it is. He might not be Kyle Hamilton. And he might not be able to do all the things that Kyle Hamilton does for the Baltimore Ravens, right? It's like expecting Michael Mayer to be able to do all the things that Brock Bowers does. Can I hope that? Sure. Do I really think that Traden Stooks is Kyle Hamilton? No, I do not, because I don't think anybody's Kyle Hamilton. I think he's the best safety in all the NFL. But the way that the Raiders are going to use him is why I think that this unicorn statement is going to be the case, and why I really do think at the end of the year we're going to look back and we're going to go, the most impactful rookie for the Raiders in 2026, it wasn't Fernando Mendoza. It was Traden Stooks because of his usage. He's going to play free safety. They're going to line him up probably at strong safety and just playing box safety from time to time. You know, there's been instances where there's been some talks that he could play outside corner in pinches. But, like, you're really going to see him play nickel in the slot and free safety. And they're going to rotate him in and out. Hell, there's an opportunity as a rookie that he might be the number one player in terms of snaps on that defense and how many different ways that they're going to rotate him. I know the Raiders have some big plans for him. There's a reason why they drafted him at number 38 overall, and considering the fact of who they passed on to be able to get him, the Raiders have had him circled on their map for a long time. And just hearing all the reports from OTAs, from rookie minicamp to now mandatory minicamp, I do really think that the Raiders potentially got themselves a unicorn in Traden Stooks. So in conclusion of today's show, Stooks might be the unicorn of the 2026 NFL draft for the way that he's going to be used by the Raiders and for really the expectation that's going to be put on his plate. Do I think that he's comparable to Kyle Hamilton in size and speed? No, I really don't. Do I think that there's really anybody on planet Earth right now comparable to Kyle Hamilton? Honestly, I don't. It's like trying to find a comparison to Brock Bowers. They just don't grow on trees. But the way that the Raiders are going to use him, I think is similar to Hamilton in terms of versatility and in terms of what they're counting on. Kyle Hamilton is so important to that Ravens defense because he confuses offensive coordinators and he allows Baltimore to stay versatile. Do I think that they're going to be able to just go Traden Stooks in the Kyle Hamilton role? No, I do not. But being able to use more three safety looks, being able to stay versatile, being able to play fast and confuse opposing coaches is what the Raiders are going to try to do with Traden Stooks. And if you're able to get a player that ends up being even in the same conversation as Kyle Hamilton at the end of the year, then you're damn right. I think you found yourself a little bit of a unicorn in the second round, 38 overall of the 2026 NFL draft. I'm fired up for Stooks. I'm fired up to see how they're going to use him, and I was fired up to be able to do this show. If you want to see me do more shows like this around some of the Raiders 2026 rookie draft class, please give me some names down below with some other videos you're looking for me to make. Sherlock Raider, 2 weeks till a great visit with the Nation family. 2 weeks, and Sherlock Raider will be here in the building. I don't remember what game we're going to be doing for Madden that day. We will be doing Raiders Report Friday happy hour. But my guy Sherlock, he's booked his flights. He's going to be coming down here to the studio. We're going to bring him into the studio. Some beers are going to be had. Some food's going to be consumed after. I'm really looking forward to it. It's going to be not a first for me. I've had people in here, but to be able to show fans of the show and to be able to just get more people here on the program would be sick, man. It really, really, truly would be. Michael Johnson, I got you. Jeremy Valve, I got you as well. What did you send me?
That's Preston's email. He typed in the chat.
Cool.
I took a screenshot of it.
Thank you. All right,
No
Preston,
problem.
we got it, bro. Thank you so much, man. I will email you after today's live show, and I will get all the information.
Yep.
I will get all the information from you. I lived in Hawaii for almost 5 years. Best years of my life from Pondering Pete. Yeah, the only other guy that I know lives in Hawaii is Yoda. I know Yoda Jenkins is in Hawaii, and Yoda always seems happy. So one of my buddies from high school ended up going to Hawaii University, like on a whim, because he didn't get accepted to Pitt. He was like, "I'll just."
Dude, that might be an upgrade.
Oh, I mean, he wanted to. He's one of the smartest guys I knew in high school. I hope he's doing well. I haven't talked to him in a minute, but he did. He like randomly applied to go to Hawaii after not getting into engineering school at Pitt. Pitt was his dream school, and then he lived in Hawaii for like 6 years.
Oh no, how bad? How horrible.
Oh, dude,
that must have been.
He would send me shit. He would send me stuff all the time. He'd be like, just out his college dorm room. It's just palm trees and beach. Like, it's unbelievable.
Man, that sounds horrible. I don't know how he would have survived there.
Oh, dude, that's funny. That's funny. All right, y'all. We are all done with everything that we need to be able to get to on the program today. Lopez and I have been live for probably almost going on now 4 hours.
3:31, according to the computer at least.
So we're going on almost 4 hours being live here on the show. And we typically go live for like 2.5, maybe 3 hours, maybe on Tuesdays. We went live earlier for the pressers. We went live earlier for the Raiders minicamp news that I thought was important that, ultimately I just wanted to be able to break down and discuss. So unless we get some more questions, I'll probably end my show today a little bit earlier. I still have a lot of other things that I need to do today because I typically get them done before I go live on the program. So I still have plenty of work that I need to be able to do, but I'm here. I want to be able to talk to all y'all. So I'm going to say hashtag Raiders or Super Chat to get your questions, your comments on the show. If we don't get any questions or comments on the program, I will say last call to get in this duck race. We will run the duck race, and then I will end up hopping on out of here. I do not know if I'm going to be able to go live tomorrow. I don't know if there's going to be a presser tomorrow. I do know that every single day for Raiders mandatory minicamp, there will be coverage there. So just keep that in mind, and I'll do my best to keep you guys up to date. But I do have a wedding this week. Fortunately, because I get to go home, I get to see I get to go see my mom, my dad. I get to go see some old friends, some old family members, and then the bad part is, I do love doing this program in the off season because I know how much I count on you guys. And I've had people tell me like in the off season they count on me in this show even more to help get them through so we can get to like the regular season. So I do actually at times kind of feel bad when I can't show up here because I count on you guys. Let's go to Can't Walk. Bring back 2 Raider players from the past 10 years, one on offense, one on defense. See, I like this question because it's the last 10 years. The last 10 years part of this does make it rather difficult, which the first guy that came to my mind.
Is 10 years ago, would that be MVP Derek Carr? Because I know we're like all on the Fernando Mendoza train, but like if you can get that 2016, because I think that was the year where they were really good and then he like broke his leg or whatever it was. So that would be exactly 10 years.
Well, that's why, I'm super excited about Fernando Mendoza, but if you told me right now I could hop in that time machine and I could get Derek Carr before his injury, that's kind of why I said that this is a very interesting question.
Is there also anyone else that stands out? Like, I can't think of a receiver.
Well, I mean, they had Devontae Adams.
Something tells me you don't want that.
Well, I mean, Devontae's first year with the Raiders was a very productive year. I mean, he had 14 touchdowns. He was great. Like, if I can get that Devontae, that would be a great Devontae Adams to be able to get. Though, is that Devontae as good of a fit? Like, could I make an argument that maybe Michael Crabtree? Like, maybe Michael Crabtree could be a better receiver for the Raiders than what Devontae Adams was. I don't know. I'd probably still say Tay's got to be up there that 22 season.
Does Amari Cooper fit into 10 years? I feel like that was close
Amari,
to the time he was traded to the Cowboys.
So Amari was traded. That's right around the time he was traded to Dallas. I mean, he was drafted in the first round in 2014.
So he had to be there still.
Yeah. He did, because he definitely did.
Not a bad option.
He definitely did, because He got honestly, I mean, that might be the answer. You get a number one receiver on offense and Amari Cooper.
See, some people saying Donald Penn.
Donald Penn's a hell of an answer. So he was a great offensive tackle
Yeah.
for the Raiders during car insurance time. See, defense though, I mean, who are we going to go on defense? Like, I'm trying to think of the best Raiders defensive players recently. Hasn't been many, I'll tell you that.
I'd say number one's Max Crosby. I already got him. Can we get a second Max Crosby?
Like, I love our linebacker room now.
There's
Khalil
gotta
Mack.
be someone in the DB. Khalil Mack. Is there a DB we're forgetting about?
It's Khalil Mack. It's Khalil Mack. I don't think that there is another DB that's anywhere close to impactful as what Khalil Mack was when he was with the Raiders.
Yeah, and then you would have
Defensive player
him
of
and
the year.
Max Crosby on both ends.
Somebody said
Be
Nate
scared.
Hobbs. I mean, Nate Hobbs was good for the Raiders. He was. I mean, Woodson, though, wasn't in the last 10 years, or am I tripping?
I feel like if it was, that would be a very washed Charles Woodson.
I mean, I don't even think it's close. Yeah, Woodson, though, it was closer than what I actually thought. Woodson, final year was 2015, so Woodson doesn't qualify.
Steven's taking the risk. He's saying, give me Damon Arnett.
Stop it. Stop it. Bro, we could build a hell of an all-bust team. I know that.
Damon Arnett, Cleveland Farrell, Jamarcus Russell. Who are you forgetting?
There's so many. There's so many. There's so many. There's so many. Steven, if you would take Damon Arnett, I would email HR at the company you work at, and I would have you drug tested. Where do you work, Steven? You let me know. I got an
Steven
email.
drink on the job.
I gotta send an email. If you're taking Damon Arnett, I'm sending an email to your boss. I'm sending an email. Nnamdi Asomugha wasn't the last 10 years. I actually looked up Nnamdi Asomugha too because he to me was the only corner that I thought about.
Yeah.
King, no chance. No chance. No chance. All right. I don't think we have any questions here, so let's get into this duck race. The last name that I see that I'm getting in here is Gabriel Ruiz. You're in. So this duck race, this 50-50, is going to be for a chance to win $120. It's got to be Coop and Mac from Knight. I'm kind of with you, man. I mean, we're getting a number one receiver and a young Amari Cooper, and then you're also getting a great defensive player in Khalil Mack. I think it's those two answers. Can't walk. It's a good question though. I actually really like that question. Truthfully, that's a fun question because I mean Linderbaum, we're good at center. I love Rodney Hudson and everything that he provided, but we're good at center.
Is it crazy to say that number 3 might be Donald Penn?
I mean, Penn was a really good right tackle. Though I actually feel like Donald, I don't know why I can't think of this. I feel like Penn played both sides of the offensive line. Nope. He predominantly played left. Did he play right tackle like late for the Raiders? Like I don't know why I in my mind I'm thinking Penn playing right tackle. He definitely played left tackle most of his career. Okay, so it says he played right tackle in 2018 for the Raiders.
Oh, well, that's that's within 10 years.
Yeah, I mean that's. But I was like, why am I thinking of Donald Penn at right tackle? Predominantly left, but he played right that final year when he was with the Raiders. Okay, y'all. See, Incognito, I don't think he's even in this discussion. Again, I like Richie. Richie and I are cool. Him and I talk from time to time, but he He's not. He can't be put in this offensive guard conversation. I don't think. Again, out of every single player that you could think of, I know Incognito was good for the Raiders, but I mean, like if you're gonna bring up Incognito, like I think then you bring up Kelechi Osemele, you bring up Gabe Jackson, like you got to be able to bring up some of these other guards as well that were a part of car insurance. Antonio Brown without the CTE.
No, he came with it.
So,
In the 10 years,
to me,
he had it.
Like if I do the question like this, can't walk, I go, what? Like, could I get the Antonio Brown that played for the Steelers? But that's not how I look at this question. It's
No, I feel like
it's
it
the
has to
player
be-
you got.
Yes, it has to be on the Raiders and how they played in that 10 years.
Yep. All right, y'all. Well, let's get into this race. Winner's going to go home with $120. I'm not saying that Incognito wasn't a beast. I'm saying I don't think he was good enough at guard to pick him as the number one player on offense that we are going with. That's how I guess I'll say it. 10-year limit, Bayou. 10-year limit. All right, here we go. 3, 2, 1. Winner of this race, Panda, is going to go home with $120. Sherlock, what's for Chow?
Dude, they're doing flips.
Yeah, bro, this is getting out of control. This is literally how Kung Fu Panda starts. This is the training process. What am I eating tonight? I actually don't know what I'm eating tonight. Alex and I, we finished up all of our leftovers last night. So if I had to guess, and some people might think this is weird, I love breakfast.
Oh, yeah, breakfast for dinner? Yes.
Breakfast for dinner. I've kind of been craving breakfast for dinner the last few nights, and I think I might do breakfast for dinner tonight.
Is breakfast burrito crazy?
Yeah, to me, it's funny. I never had beans really growing up. Beans now in a breakfast burrito, I think is almost more like, I would say bacon, eggs, beans are the most important things in a breakfast burrito.
I didn't have beans in a breakfast burrito till a couple weeks ago.
Nickel! Daniel! Nicholas with the win.
Hey.
Daniel Nicholas with the win.
Daniel, let me hold $1.
So I'm trying to type. Let's not let me. Congrats.
Tap Sherlock for the $2 super chat. We see Robert Jansen saying French toast and bacon dinner. Dude, that sounds kind of gas.
Daniel Nicholas, if you are still here, if you could please confirm that you just received $120, that would be much, much appreciated. Much, much appreciated. Tyrell Williams, oh my God. Does anybody remember when I did a live interview with Tyrell Williams on this show? I actually still have his phone number, crazy enough.
Isn't Tyrell Williams that actor?
He might be, but Tyrell Williams was a UDFA wide receiver, played with the Chargers for some seasons, and then he came over to the Raiders. I don't remember how many years he was actually in Las Vegas, but I did a live interview. Tyrell Williams.
Oh, I'm thinking of Tyler James Williams, the guy that played Chris and Everybody Hates Chris.
I'm trying to find. Wow. Dude, this is a trip down memory lane. So the link that I just put for you guys down in the comments of the show is almost a 5-hour live stream.
Jesus, look at that intro.
Almost a 5-hour
Oh my
live
God.
stream. Oh my God, this show, we've come so far. Bro, we used
Jesus
to do like the roulette wheel was actually a wheel.
Oh my God, what are these graphics?
I know, it's crazy. But in that show, I interviewed Tyrell Williams. That is 6 years ago in 2000. June 5th, 2000. If you guys want to go check that one out, that's a trip down memory lane. Wild, wild, wild.
One of the first weigh-ins. How old are you?
Yeah, I mean,
nothing else.
We used to do that one a lot. I mean, we still do from time to time. Yeah, Knight. I know, believe me, but
Oh my God! I just got to the wheel spin. Jesus.
it's unfortunate.
Whose hands are those?
Probably minor Chugs.
I must say it's not yours. Your hands are occupied. I didn't know if Chugs was around at this time.
He might not be around at that time. I actually don't know who that was. That might have been. Yeah, honestly, that can be anybody. That might even be Tom. Now that I'm thinking about it, that literally could be anybody. That's wild.
That's funny.
All right, y'all. Bro, this is like around the first time I ever saw you from Batman. Yeah, I think, truthfully, Batman, I think oftentimes people forget that we also started, with 1 subscriber, 1,000 subscribers. And I know there's a lot of Raiders content creators out there. And I feel like at times now people get mad at us because I've been able to turn this into a job. We've been able to turn this into a company. We obviously make money off of this show. This is my job. And I know that some people are jealous of that fact, but I do also want people to remind ourselves, like, the reason why we're here where we are today is because of all the hard work and everything that we used to do. We still do. And I think it's always kind of cool to, like, look back at those shows and just see how far we've come as a community, see how far we've come as a nation, see how far we've come, as a company. Truthfully, it's super humbling. Suave, top 3 NFL things that grind your gears in
I think we learned number 1 earlier.
2026. Yeah, I mean, once we get through these 2 supers, and again, if we get more, I'll stay live. If not, then I'm gonna hop on out of here. I mean, right now, I would say we need to figure out our domestic violence problem in the NFL. That definitely grinds my gears. It's also, I think it's also the, like, players and people, like, standing up. Like, again, I hate to even bring up the whole Donald Trump thing, but, like, do you all remember, obviously, when Jackson Dart spoke for Donald Trump, his teammate Abdul Carter was very upset about it. I don't give a flying flip what you think about Donald Trump. My only point is, why is it a bigger story, and why are more people upset that a quarterback went to go speak for Donald Trump, again, political aside, but yet nobody really says anything when domestic violence issues pop up? Like, why not have a player from, I don't know, the Los Angeles Rams go on social media, call out Alaric Jackson, call out some of these guys that are doing a lot of this bullshit that just should not be happening. Like, it just happens all the time, and I think it's because the NFL doesn't have a policy that's set in place to discipline guys that have domestic violence. Because in the NFL, the way that the NFL has worked, it's a bigger deal in the NFL for you to smoke weed than for you to hit a woman. Tell me I'm wrong in that. And I know the rules have changed, but it's been like that for so long. Dude, so that's one of the things that we need, a zero tolerance policy in the NFL for stuff like this. Like, again, and when you allow shit to happen, it's like when that stuff happens, I'm sorry, but like when people are like, oh, Henry Ruggs, bring him back, you're a fucking moron. Like, you are. Like, and I'm getting to a point where I'm so sick and tired of talking about guys that are shitty human beings, and yet we praise them because they're good football players. So maybe that counts as 2 of them. I would say another thing that grinds my gears in the year 2026, am I allowed to say, and actually Cousins spoke about it a little bit today, the off-season schedule. I think it makes no sense. I think the off-season schedule makes no sense. I think the draft should happen before free agency. I think you should be able to pay some of these guys the amount of money that you do after you figure out what you do in the draft. And then I wouldn't start OTAs, mandatory minicamp, or training camp. Like, why can't OTAs, minicamp, and then training camp all be like in July? Like, give these guys actual time to get off. Give them some time off. Because I think, like, bringing people in for technically the Raiders offseason program started in April, okay? So it started in April. Then there's practice in May. Like, mandatory minicamp's 3 days. Why is it 3 days in June? Why is it not 3 days in July? That leads then into training camp. I think that the timing of the offseason is very weird. And because I think it also could lead to more injuries, because there is that 5 to 6 week time, and being in shape, being in football shape, it's totally Totally different. Totally different. I'm also going to say this right now. I don't want to get into, I see some political stuff going down below. I don't want to get into it. Ruggs is a shitty human for making a mistake. It's not that I think that he's a shitty human, okay? But I don't think that he deserves another chance on the Raiders. I don't think he deserves another chance in the NFL. And the mistake he made is a massive, massive mistake. So, like, why are we entertaining the idea of bringing that guy back into the league when he's already shown you that he doesn't deserve it? But, like, guys that beat women, yeah, I do think that they're shitty human beings. I do, and I'm not afraid to say that. Like, I think anytime that any of these stories come out, if it comes out that it's true that Josh Jacobs did XYZ, I will sit up here and I will say he's a shitty human being. Steven Gutierrez, God bless you, am I the only one who thinks Kirk going to ball out and Mendoza will sit all season? I mean, I think the more and more I kind of heard Kirk Cousins, Aidan O'Connell, and all these coaches talk about what they did and their plan, and you keep hearing plan. Like, I'm starting to wonder, like, if Kirk struggles, maybe they don't even go to Fernando then. Like, maybe they go to Aidan O'Connell. Like, maybe that they are really, truly trying to have Fernando Mendoza sit and learn for an entire season. Now, it's easier said now because I know this. If Kirk starts struggling, fans aren't going to be calling for Aidan O'Connell. Fans are going to be calling for Fernando Mendoza. The media is going to be calling for Fernando Mendoza. Like, I know that's how that's going to go. But I'm hopeful Kirk balls out. You know, he finished last season 4-0. He beat the Los Angeles Rams. They won a game against the Cardinals. They won a game against the Saints. There's another tough division rivalry game in there that they won. 7 touchdowns, 2 interceptions over the final 4 games of last season, 4-0. Like, that's what I need out of Kirk Cousins, guy that takes care of the football. Suave, one more question. Mitch, can I, good sir, grind your gears? Just kidding. Suave, man, anybody here can grind my gears if they want to. I mean that in a good way, in a funny way. It's one of those things, man, where I like inside jokes, and I appreciate when you guys try to have inside jokes on this show, and, like, we kind of go back and forth with certain things, and, you know, some of y'all have really leaned into last place of the duck race gets the butthole pick. Like, hey, man, I love the inside jokes that we've been able to create on this show. It means a lot to me. Yes, please no politics. Please. That's all I ask. Again, I want to be able to keep our chat normal, and I feel like, unfortunately, when politics get involved, it's unable to keep it happening. So, all right, y'all. I am heading on out. I think Yoda Jenkins said it right. Let's go Knights. I will say that if the Golden Knights in the Stanley Cup Finals does go to Game 7, my plan is to be live here on the Raiders Report for Game 7. The reason why I can only do Game 7 is literally I'm not available any other day. Like, tonight I'm on duty with Alex, with Chuck, because she's got stuff to do because I took off for our trip coming up with our wedding week. I wanted to be able to go live for this series, but unfortunately, just haven't been able to do it. But if they make it to Game 7, you mark my words. We are going to do an insane Game 7 hockey show. Suave! A bang to close it out, man. A bang to close it out. And I do want all of y'all to know that I did say this when this show started, that the top 3 people on today's program would all go home with a golden ticket to get in our fantasy football league. The 3 people that are getting that golden ticket, I say CJ Raider, which let me write this down. CJ Raiders, I got you. I also see we got Isaac Hernandez. I got you, Isaac Hernandez. And then I also got Sherlock Raider, who have gotten the golden ticket. Shout out to Suave Mitch. This one is for the great tuna. A tuna bang, no Suave. A tuna bang. Oh, man. I mean, I said it the other day. The number one bang that I miss doing is a Brandon Jasper bang. I miss that guy a lot, which probably why I freaked out on the guy earlier. And again, if you're the dude earlier in the show that said what they did about Mount Raider more, like, again, these are people that I've just gotten to know so well over the years. And just, if somebody insulted one of your friends or family members, I would imagine you would stand up for them, and that's exactly what I did. And I hope that you guys know that that's the reason why I did what I did. But if you want to tune a bang, no Suave, how about this? Suave! Throwing it up there for Brandon Jesper! Bang! Shout out to the great Tuna, man. I miss you a lot, brother. I miss you. And then Bayou Raider just threw one up there, though technically Bayou just threw one up. And then he just threw it down. But now that means that Bayou now is in the top 3. So unfortunately, Sherlock, you just lost your golden ticket. So I guess I will wait to see once this show ends. But Bayou threw it up. I mean, this is like the equivalent of literally throwing it off the backboard and then throwing it down yourself. When you think of that type of alley-oop, who's the first NBA player you think of? Off the backboard, throwing it down. Whether it actually happened or not, there's one player that comes to my mind every time.
I feel like it's become a lot more common. A lot of guys will be around the free throw line, or will be stuck and just throw it off the backboard and either go for the dunk or the layup. Seen LeBron do it a lot. Ja Morant's another one that loves it. Who are you thinking of?
Vince Carter. When I think of crazy dunks.
Oh, yeah.
I just think of Vince Carter.
Yeah.
I just think of Vince putting his freaking basically nutsack in the rim. I mean, that guy was unbelievable.
Dude, that one in the Olympics where he went over the guy, it's still played every year. You see it every time.
I don't have a retro basketball jersey, and for the longest time, I've been wanting to get a retro basketball jersey. It's the summer. Sometimes I just want to, I don't know, if I go out with the guys, rock a jersey. I probably wouldn't wear it around Alex. But the number one jersey I've I keep coming back to. Well, there's 2 of them. There's a beautiful light blue Los Angeles Shaquille O'Neal or Kobe Bryant blue jersey.
The MPLS one, the yellow and light blue.
Yes.
Yes.
But there's that one. There's also one that's a dark blue, a light blue, and a white.
I know which ones you're talking about.
There's that jersey, which I think looks really cool. And then I keep going back to the Vince Carter Retro Raptors.
The purple dinosaur.
Yes. Again, I love dinosaurs. So, I keep going back to those, man. I might end up getting one of those jerseys. So, all right, y'all. Let's try this again. I'm going to hop on out of here. Appreciate each and every one of y'all tuning in. I do apologize that I'm not going to be able to be live for Friday happy hour, for Thursday's presser with Clint Kubiak. I got a wedding that I got to go to. One of the guys, he was a best man in my wedding. His wedding is this weekend. So unfortunately for me, I am out of town. But if any Raiders news happens, I hope that you guys know whether I'm at an airport, if I'm chilling in central Pennsylvania, I will be in Danville. If anybody lives near the 570, I have literally no time to hang out with anybody. But I don't know, maybe you'll see me walking around doing some stuff. But I will see you guys next Tuesday live on this show. The only way you see me again live is if I come in extra early tomorrow and figure out a way where I can go live either Wednesday or Thursday for one of those pressers. That's TBD. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it just because, again, I already asked so many guys to do so many different things here. So, Mitch, can I meet you over there on Thursday or Friday? Again, I am in my hometown for 60 hours, so I'm not really there for a long time. I don't want to guarantee anything, but if you live near Danville, Pennsylvania, and if you're willing to make the drive, get in contact with me on social media, and then if it is, it's probably going to be very much hey, hello, I can't stay long, but that's because I'm literally meeting my aunts and uncles for 15 minutes at a time.
Dude, Chav could be a part of the family. He could be your long-lost cousin.
Yeah, you never know. It does make sense why that Eagles logo there is in that picture. I'm guessing you're from Central Pennsylvania. But shout out to all y'all for making this show a lot of fun. I will see you guys no matter what next week here on the Raiders Report, 4 p.m. Eastern Time, 1 p.m. Pacific, though I will try to do my best. If a Raiders presser happens over the next 2 days, I will do my best to get you guys that presser video right here on the Raiders Report.